Welcome to Hackceler8 2024. We are coming to you live from beautiful Malaga in Spain. My name is Paul Dev. I am alongside Jean, the security engineer to the stars. It has been a wonderful weekend so far of thrilling challenges. You've seen a lot of this. You've created a lot of this. How has it been from your perspective? What have you seen so far?
Paul, it's been an amazing 2 first days. We've seen some amazing teams. And we're just very excited to see how today's going to play out, literally.
It's going to be an amazing set of matches that we've got coming up. But let's now take a look at some of the highlights over the last couple of days where our teams have been playing Hackceler8. And yeah, let's take a look at that now. Some absolutely exciting stuff there. Just action-packed for the last couple of days here, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely action-packed. We really have some tremendous teams this year, and they've really been keeping us on our toes. Very, very interesting plays that we've seen so far.
So it's been a wonderful set of matches, but played by a fantastic set of teams that are truly skilled. Some of the teams that we've had haven't made it through to our semi-finals, but that's what you're here for now. You're here for those semi-final teams that have made it through. Let's take a look at those teams. Kijitora and Cameroon Union. I'm going to mess that up. I apologize in advance. I'm working on it. 2 fantastic teams that are going into semi-final 1. I couldn't call it either way. What's your predictions, thoughts about it?
Paul, it's very difficult to predict. I mean, we've got Kijitora, which are newcomers, and they've been playing an amazing game so far. We've got Cameroon Union, and I apologize if I'm butchering that too.
I think that was better than me, so that was fine.
that are returning teams, so really a very interesting match that's awaiting us right there.
So that's our semi-final 1. Semi-final 2, however, a different set of teams. Obviously, the winners of both matches will go into our finals. Semi-final 2 will take place at 16:15 Central European Summertime. That is Dice Gang and Zero Rocket Rex. Again, Dice Gang, the only returning team from last year in Tokyo here to Malaga. Zero Rocket Rex, again, predictions, thoughts, comments?
Very difficult to say. I mean, Dice Gang are veterans, you know. They've been here for all the Hackceler8. Zero Rocket Rex are now new. They're also like an assembling of multiple other CTF teams. So also here, very difficult to predict how it's going to go. We wish them all luck, of course. But no idea how this is going to play out. So no, I predict that one of those teams will be in the finals.
just one of those teams in the final. That's going to be a short final.
One of those teams, at least.
at least one. Look, it wouldn't be Hackceler8 at all without the fact that we've got a wonderful world, a wonderful game that we've built up. Lucky as we have it is Jean here was skilled hand crafting the story and the narrative, one of the people doing that. So let's break down now and have a look at some of the characters that we've got going for our game and our story this year. I believe you had a big hand in creating a number of them.
A little bit. So I mean, of course, we have our wonderful V who created most of the characters, who developed the lore. Maybe we can talk a little bit about those characters.
Yeah, I reckon. So Domino is our new protagonist. What can you tell me about her?
I mean, Domino is just, you know, a fantastic dog that wants to save all her friends that are trapped. And she's doing a terrific job. I think we have to say that, right?
So this will be the main player character that we'll see.
Playable.
This is, you know, get used to know this this character really good. We've got another character, El Rey del Fuego. Again, Apologies to any bad pronunciation. Now, this is a big sword.
It's a big sword, so I think we can probably reckon that this is a fighting boss. It's the king of the fire, and we will see that boss a couple of times, maybe less today. And the main job here will be to go in combat.
This will be very interesting. Now, I know the next character you have a very personal touch to. I'm going to leave this one all to you. This is our other boss character.
The boss character, Vibera.
La Vibera.
La Vibera.
All right, I'll get
which
that
is
one.
the Viper. Vibora. How did I manage to mess this up? Well, this is the Viper. It's our second boss, and the Viper, because Serapins have 4 tongues, is our dialogue boss. So players will have to whisper sweet things to the Vibora
So
in
this
order
is
to get it.
different from our combat boss we've already seen, so
Absolutely.
this is very interesting. And then, look, we've got a couple of returning characters. Anyone who has been watching last year in Tokyo, Mew makes a stunning return.
Mew makes a stunning return after doing so well last year, going through all those levels. Mew gets a little rest this year, but we'll see him, I believe, a couple of times already.
Nice little cameo here and there.
Nice little cameo, you know. I like to say that he's been kind of resting on his success. Well-deserved rest.
Absolutely, it was a stunning outing last year.
Absolutely.
Alongside, you know, not doing much of the heavy lifting, maybe doing a lot more of the heavy lifting, it's Jesse James.
James.
Every time. Jesse James. Can drag that out. What can you tell us about Jesse James?
I mean, Jesse James, she's a cowboy.
Sorry.
As evidenced by the hat. And right now she's being trapped in the ruins level, but secretly she really likes it because the ruins is kind of, you know, it's kind of like her element. So she's super happy, but she still wants to be rescued.
This makes sense. Kasher and Trasher, another returning pair, wildly different but very similar.
It always brings a tear to my eye. You know, they named their one son Cash and the other one Trasher, and Kasher got to do a Stanford MBA, got to be very successful, is now a bank manager. What can I say about Trasher? Let's, you know...
Nominative determinism at its finest. And then we've got Quackington, one of my personal favorites. Quackington, just look at it, it's so good.
Quackington, you know, is just a mysterious duck. We don't really know. He likes to hang in the cloud. He likes to hang sometimes in other maps. I think we'll see. So not much is known about Quackington, believe it or not.
A bit of foreshadowing there to which level we might want to see and look out for these characters. And speaking of levels, we've got a wonderful set of levels to accompany these characters, places they can hang out and live. Our first level, I mean, it's always a controversial one. It's the ocean level. This looks to me like it's a water level. Is this a water level?
I think we can say it's a water level. Yes, indeed.
This has all the hallmarkings of a water level. That's slow physics, isn't it?
It's beautiful, isn't it? Those environment modifiers that make it feel as though Domino is just going through the water.
I can already see, you know, reminiscent of all the old games with water physics and just the slow, it does everything to me. Other levels, obviously, and died already. It's a very difficult level, by the way. Very difficult. We go somewhere a bit nicer, a bit sunnier, bit sort of like where we are in Malaga here. We go to the beach.
Absolutely, beautiful. Our beach level, right? You see the beach level, you're warm, you get this feeling of sand, of sun, a little bit of the waves. And this is why I think Domino really likes that level too.
Very nice. From there, we head up to the clouds, because, I mean, after you're at the beach, you want to go for a trip in the clouds. So our cloud level here, this looks like it's going to be a bit of an interesting one.
It's, you know, I think if Platformer had a dictionary entry with an image, then it would be this one. It's really a typical platformer level. You go through the clouds. Also there, a bit of environment modifier.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Then we go down to Jesse James's hideouts. We're in the ruins. This is the one we spoke about before. What else is going on in the ruins here?
You know, in the ruins we have a couple of new interesting enemies these times. So we have this kind of like, well, you know, monsters, and we've got some orcs that are ready with their sabers. I get a very eerie feel. When I see this level, I think of like a music in the background, you know, a bit like mysterious.
It's an interesting aesthetic. And then finally, after the ruins, we're just keeping it in time with the arcade. I like going to the arcade as much as anybody. It's a bit of an old one now, but this looks right up my alley.
I like to say that the arcade is a little bit like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're going to get. every arcade level is different.
Absolutely. Look at this. It even looks like a box of chocolates. It really does. It really
Makes
does.
you hungry a bit, no? For
These-
chocolate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's these kind of levels. They're all really nice. So these are the levels that the teams will be going through. So the teams that we've got playing now, let's find out a little bit more about them. Kijitora, interesting team. Any initial thoughts that you've got there?
As I mentioned before, you know, first time they're here, had a terrific run so far. Very, very excited to see what they do in this next match.
Let's find out a little bit more about Kijitora. We're going to go now to V, who's going to tell us all about Kijitora. V.
Thank you so much, Paul. So Team Kijitora, hailing from Japan, they're to my right here. Very, very strong team, but I'll leave it to them to explain themselves.
Hello, I am Krenef and a CTF VTuber. I am one of the members of Team Kijitora. Kijitora is a combined team of Japanese CTF players that was formed for the Google CTF. This will be our second time participating in Hackceler8 from 2 years ago. With the 4 members attending the event, 3 are from Tsukuba University, the other member is a security engineer. While Kijitora's history is relatively short, what about Kijitora itself? Kijitora is a Japanese term for brown tabby. The Kijitora pattern is considered the original pattern of all domestic cats. Therefore, we can say that the history of Kijitora is incredibly long. Hackceler8 is an event I'm really looking forward to, having done speedruns in the past. Please support Team Kijitora. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Kijitora. Fun fact about them. So they were here 2 years ago for Hackceler8 in London. Very, very strong team. I'm very, very excited to see them in action. Back to you, Paul.
They're up against an equally strong team. Let's go now to Zeta2, who's going to tell us all about Kalmar Union. I will get it at some point. Carl.
Thank you, Paul. So on the other side of the stage, we have Kalmar Unionen, the team from Denmark. But for this prestigious competition, they even brought support from some neighboring countries as well. So let's check out what they have to say about themselves.
Hello, I'm Eskilsen, captain of Team Kalmar Union. Our team is a team from the Nordics. And for those of you who does not know it, this is where all the Vikings came from. Our team first formed in 2020, and our first event was actually Google CTF. We didn't qualify for Hackceler8 at that time, but we have done it since, so this is our third time. And to ensure that we can do as good as possible, we are bringing the A-team, and that includes our mascot. So, see you in the competition.
Thank you for that, Kalmar. And yeah, they are a fantastic team. Recently managed to get the first place in the total season rankings for the best CTF team in the world. And you know, their name comes from the historic kingdom in Scandinavia. So we'll see if they will be able to take home the crown today. Back to you, Paul and Sean.
Thank you very much. 2 amazing teams, wouldn't you say?
Amazing teams indeed.
So we've also got 2 other teams later on that are playing in semi-finals too. Just a reminder that that is at 16:15 Central European Summer Time. That will be Zero, Rocket Rex and Dice Gang. They'll be playing for the 2nd spot in the grand finals there, so make sure to tune in for that match as well. At this point, there's a lot going on in these matches. It looks like we're getting kind of ready to get going at this point. Any final thoughts that you've got, John, before we go into the match itself?
Paul, I would say good luck to everyone. They're gonna need it.
It's going to be a tough battle for him.
I think it's gonna be a tough battle, literally.
Oh, actual fighting. This could be interesting.
Who knows?
So now we're just seeing our teams are already in their boxes. They're ready to go. It looks like I think the match is about to get under the way. I'm getting a good signal that we're good to go. I think we should get this started.
Are you excited?
I'm excited. Let's get this started for Hackceler8 2024, the semi-finals 1. Let's go.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They are off underway. The servers are live now. They have 45 minutes of gameplay. So this will be interesting. Most teams have had a bit of time already in their boxes to work with the client. That's correct, yeah?
Absolutely. Teams get 45 minutes to look at the code, and then they get another 45 minutes on the server, which is what we're witnessing right now.
Cool. So yeah, we may see a lot of things happen really fast here. Both teams now like pulling up either, it seems to be looking at sort of tooling around the place. We can see Cameroon Union working diligently away. It's a very tense feeling in the boxes themselves. I don't know, have you spent time in those boxes yet?
I haven't spent time with the teams yet in the boxes, but I spent time with the teams outside, and I can tell you the tension is always palpable, especially when they're almost close to getting something.
It looks like it. So Cameroon Union they look to be in the game itself. We can see their tooling. We'll try and bring that up, and they're going in straight for the water level. So that's really interesting. Where would you have started if it was you?
I don't know, but one thing we actually just noticed is that they entered the cloud level and now they're in the ocean level. And
oh, really?
This is because we have this year introduced obstacles.
Okay, explain to me obstacles.
So other teams can collect coins and buy obstacles that will make it more difficult for any team other than themselves to get flags. And in this one, it was that any times you enter, and now we have our first flag.
That was a first flag. Wow.
Beautiful. First flag for Cameroon.
That was quick.
That was very quick.
So that one, am I correct in saying that's an offline solve? Or not an offline solve, but an off-screen solve?
It seems that way. It seems that this is pre-recorded. So players will usually pre-record during those 45 minutes they have with the code. They will try to pre-record the winning moves and then just replay it automatically.
Wow. Okay. So Cameroon Union are up 1-0 at this point. Actually, wait, I say that, but it looks like there's a flag on Kijitora's side. So that's kind of interesting right there. This looks like it's a second score?
They did. They got Jesse James in the Ruins level.
Wow, there you go. So it's 1-1 apiece at this point, and like this is already a tight game. We're just minutes into this, and two flags, one for each team. They're tying it up pretty quickly. So actually, run through with me here. They capture the flags. What's the end goal that they want?
So the end goal here is to get to the boss. To get to the boss, you need to solve a certain number of challenges, because each challenge gives a certain number of stars, and you need a certain number of stars to get to the boss. In this case, players can solve a combination of challenges, so they don't have to solve all of them in order to get to the boss. If the first team to beat the boss wins, if none of the teams beat the boss, the ones with the highest number of stars win.
Okay, so... And there is a very remote chance of a tie, isn't there?
There is a very, very remote chance of a tie, in which case we would use the timestamps. First one to get the number of stars.
Okay, so it could be quite tight. I mean, already we've seen both. The Kichitora now, they seem to be... Oh, they've left the arcade level. You can see a lot of their tooling on screen. This is really interesting.
Very interesting indeed.
So we've got... hitboxes have been drawn out, and this looks like obstacles as well. What do you make of this?
I believe that on Kijitora's side, we see the obstacles, we see the paths to different items. For example, the coins, the enemies, next portals. And yes, on the enemy side, we do see, I believe...
Oh, that's a death.
The whenever they shoot, you see whenever the bar closes, that's when they shoot. So you want to avoid being shot.
Right. So
ideally.
Jumping the bullets there, a bit of dodging. This green, well, I don't think it's green originally, but that's a small...
Oh, second flag.
There's a second flag. That just happened quickly. Did you see what happened there?
Very interesting. So...
That was Jesse James?
That was Jesse James as well, yes.
It's the thing about these games, it goes so fast. Sometimes it's blinking. And they've equaled the score! Wow.
Very, very nice, yes. So we've got 2 challenges down, actually 3 down. So both have Jesse James. One of them has a Casher, and Kijitora got the Rabbit AI.
Now, Rabbit AI is a returning character from last year. That was the boss character.
It was an evil boss, but Paul, you know,
Not so
just
evil?
repented.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Classic sort of sequel, turn of face.
Classic sequel.
Very good, very good.
So now Rabbit AI is also Mew's friend. They reconciled, and yeah, you also want to free him somehow, right?
Perfect. So both teams now are 2 apiece. So keeping it close, keeping it tight. We see on Cameroonian side, they're in the cloud level here. Interesting, sort of. It's not as hectic as I would have expected.
No, it really isn't.
So which flag here, if you have any idea, are they heading towards? No.
Right now they're heading for the Quackington flag.
Okay.
In the clouds level, and it's a good question. Which one is it?
Well, they've entered a new mode here in their tooling, single step mode, and well, this is a dramatic fade out.
And they got the flag.
That's a capture.
That's a capture for Quackington.
Wow, and
Very
the
nice.
slow fade back in, very beautiful. And then they died.
And they died. But it doesn't matter since they got the flag, so it's good. So right now we do have Cameroon leading with 3 solves.
Against 2.
Against 2. This is, I mean, we're what, 7 minutes in, and we already have 3 solves?
It's so fast. So
very fast.
Once all flags are captured for either team, they're heading to the boss battle.
Yes.
They want to get there as quick as they can. There's just a lot going on. We can see all these different hitboxes, and I think these are jump lines in the blue lines?
I think so. So actually, so the reason why we haven't seen anything on this challenge is it's one of those dialogue challenges where you have to simply supply the correct, solution to a riddle to the boss, and this usually happens instantly, so that we didn't see it.
Ah, okay.
And this particular challenge, you had to solve an old punch card code. Have you ever used punch cards?
I can't say I've used punch cards. Thankfully, not of that generation yet, or not
of
that
course
old
not.
yet.
It used to be the forefront of technology.
I know. The problem is I see it all now in museums.
That's actually where I had to go look to write that challenge in museums.
So you wrote this challenge.
I wrote the punch cards.
And how's it like? Are they given physical punch cards for this particular challenge?
I wish, but the logistics would have been too complex. So they just see the code and they have to provide a virtual punch card that is being read by a punch card machine, exactly like an analog one would.
Oh, there you go. That's really cool. So, like, the slowdown we see on Cameroonian side and this fade out, do you know, is there any idea of what's going on here?
I think they're restarting the level each time. If I had to guess, I think they are trying to get maybe the coin, because this level otherwise has been solved already.
Okay, and these coins, they lead to an interesting new mechanic, I believe.
The obstacles that we've discussed prior.
That's right, sorry.
And in this case, right, any portal you will enter on the base map will teleport you to a random map. And now we just saw with Kijitora, actually they made it to the...
Oh, Kijitora over in beach stage now?
Oh yes, you know what they're doing? They're doing the crops challenge.
Okay, explain. Now, I know you love this one.
Oh, I love this one.
Playing the crops.
That was one of my babies during the CTF. So the crops challenges, do you like Farmville?
I mean, I did. Like most people, got the addiction to it for a while there, and then not so much anymore. I freed myself.
So I figured, why not re-implement Farmville, right? Because I like farming. And so players here have to get some crops.
Bummer, I'm hungry.
And grow those crops in soil that is throughout the level. But the moment they enter the level, the NPC starts getting hungry. If you don't feed it within about 2.5 minutes, the NPC will die.
Okay, and I mean, just given that's not a good thing.
The additional twist is when you plant the crops, there are seasons and there are weather patterns. So you can only plant the crops at certain points. If it starts hailing while the crops are in the soil, your crops get destroyed and you need to start again, which makes this challenge unsolvable when you have to restart from scratch.
Okay, so this seems like it's the classic, like, needs attention, style of...
Absolutely.
Annoyance machine kind of thing. So in that particular instance, I think they've seeded the crops, and now they're free to go and do other things now.
Oh, the crops are already destroyed.
Oh, that's...
I believe you need to be there all the time. It's like a Tamagotchi. You need to be there all the time.
So at least the player character has to be there all the time, or it's
You have to take the crops out and then replant them at the right moment.
okay. So this is a tough one for them.
Yes.
They're going to need that, and it's triggered when they enter the stage the first time.
Yeah, and otherwise you have to close the game and reconnect to the server and essentially start a fresh instance. So very interesting to see what's going to happen. I don't know what Cameroonian is doing.
This seems to be a very broad zoom out of our cloud map that they're looking around now. It's kind of interesting. You get a good sense of what's going on in the map.
Yeah.
I mean, to a degree. Like, this... Oh, is this looking for a double jump here? No.
The only thing left in this level, I believe, is a coin.
So they're going for the coin.
Maybe they're
Ooh,
going for the
interesting
coin.
strategy.
So we have to say that this that we see here is a game laptop, but players have their own laptops on which they usually try to solve the challenges in parallel, right?
Right.
And then they will run the kind of the replay on the gaming laptops. So it's not that this is all they're doing right now. There's a lot of things happening behind the scenes that we're obviously not privy to.
Yep.
And we get to see the good parts when they try to run it.
Hopefully we get to see it.
Hopefully.
A lot of in the past, this and as can be here as well. This can happen so quickly. So it's as we've seen, 3 quick flags from Cameroonian and 2 flags from Kijitora at this point. So 3-2 is the current score. We are just a little over 10 minutes into play. So they've still got a lot of time ahead of them. They can go to the full 45 minutes if they want, but that may
Will
not
they?
happen. That's the big question.
So I think let's talk a little bit about the ocean challenge, right? Maybe. So in the ocean challenge, right? It's about a melee attack. So the closer you get to a boss,
Oh wait, sorry, we have another flag
and
on
they just
Kijitora's
solved
side.
it. Very nice.
They solved the. This is the ocean. No, this is the beach, wasn't it?
That was the ocean.
That was
that
the
was
ocean.
with the
Oh, the
melee
beach too,
challenge.
sorry.
Exactly. Yeah. So they essentially, you can only melee so much, but it resets when the animation changes. So when you crouch, for example, well, the counter resets and you can hit the enemies correctly.
And this is sort of the classic. You have to hit the enemy more than you probably can if you did do it in normal time without the animation reset. This is really cool. So 3-3 apiece at this point. Again, just a little over 10 minutes into play. It's tied up. It's still looking pretty close at this point.
It's actually, yeah. So we seen the how the bar needs to be filled to get to the boss, and they both have about halfway to go, I'd say.
This is tight. So one thing I have noticed is with the bar on the side, like the different flags seem to have different filling capacity.
Correct.
Is there any significance there? Is it?
Absolutely. So, for example, Quackington is worth 2 stars. Jesse James is worth. I almost got it this time, right?
I'm.
was
You know how
close.
many S's?
7.
7.
So Jesse James is worth 1 point, and Casher is also worth 1 point. We try to grade the challenges according to the difficulty.
Right.
And for example, well, punch card is a bit of a tedious one if you're not well versed with the ancient form of punch cards,
Right.
which not everyone is.
Dying art form, dying
A
skill.
little
set,
bit. So yeah, so you can choose to take the easy challenges first or the more difficult. Again, as we said before, the quicker one if there's a tie, and now we see also with I believe with the golden ribbon around are the ones in the lead.
All right. So Cameroonian, they're still having. I can't tell if it feels like they're having trouble here in the cloud level. The platforming looks difficult.
It's I will admit, having written parts of the game engine, I cannot solve the game without giving myself cheats. Because I'm just so bad at playing.
Is that not the very purpose of Hackceler8?
I believe so.
Cheat to win? Okay, so they are exiting the cloud stage. Swapping around a bit here.
Okay, come on, let's go farming. No.
Because I don't think they've entered the farm level yet on Cameroonian side. So Kijitora has the annoying machine activated. Cameroonian, I think, doesn't. as with all things, you can blink and miss it.
You can also deactivate the obstacles. Like, not deactivate, but you can help circumvent them on the client side. Just take some time to modify.
The obstacles that are purchased against the team. Oh wow, okay. So we see different recordings. This is a common thing that happens at a lot of Hackceler8s, is the recording of steps through the levels and the replay of it. As we've said before, the teams are given access to the client side of the game just prior to starting, and then when we started, that's
Oh, are we going for the farming?
This looks like it.
Yes. Okay, they planted the crops. I think they have a little bit of time before it starts hailing.
So how quickly into the level? Hey, did that crop just disappear?
Yeah, they took it.
Okay. Oh, they harvested it. Okay. Okay, this is interesting.
Also, the soil only has a certain amount of nutrients, so after a while you have to go find another patch.
You really went all out, going for the full farming simulator.
I mean,
phenomenal.
I enjoyed playing it myself.
I agree entirely. Like, I like that there's just every aspect of crop, soil quality and adverse weather effects.
Oh look, it grew.
It grew.
Very good.
Very
I believe they're about halfway there.
So when they harvest, we keep getting the green box.
I think they deactivated the text because they don't want to be confronted with the guilt that the NPC is hungry.
The NPC being hungry right there.
Yeah. Okay, now they are indeed finding a new patch of soil, because otherwise...
So the brighter yellow spots, that's obviously unusable soil.
Yeah, you will see the soil is like a little bit of a brownish spot.
Right.
I try to be very close to nature, you know.
You've got to get out and go for a walk around sometimes.
Now there you see some soil. You see at the very end there.
Yeah.
I believe that's where they're going, and they are planting. Very good.
So how can can they tell visually how much nutrients are in the soil?
No.
Right?
No. Let's not make it too easy. I mean, do you know how much nutrients are in the soil in real life?
I mean, look, not at all. Everything I grow dies immediately, so not exactly a green thumb over here.
Same. But virtually, yes.
Virtually, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that was sort of a lot easier. Meanwhile, on Kijitora's side, they've re-entered the cloud level. Tooling's making it look a bit more like a garden level because of all the green, but
they don't have the flag in the cloud level yet, right? They still need Quackington.
Yeah, Quackington's flag's not captured for them, so no, maybe heading for it now. Some pretty masterful platforming here.
Okay, come on.
They've reached Quackington, they're taking some hits.
Yes, beautiful.
Did they get it?
They did.
They did. There it is. Oof, that is
well done.
Big fill up for Kijitora, who now makes the score 4-3. Things are getting, they're warming up a little bit in here. Okay, so this is on Kijitora's side. Ooh, we got a very brief glimpse of our first combat boss but now we're backing out a little bit here. As you can see, they're using different tooling around the place, though. There's a lot of sharing back and forth between the machines that are we don't get to see and their teammates that are in the booth as well. So other teammates are looking at different challenges, of course, and they may or may not share solutions as they get them.
Absolutely. Hopefully they are.
I mean, it'd be advantageous. On Cameroonian side, still in Farmville, this is the annoyance machine is doing its job. They're spending a lot of time here.
They are. I think the NPC is just about to go to an upstate farm, as we say.
Oh no, they're going to farm upstate.
And no animals have been harmed in this game. I just want to make this very clear, Paul.
Wonderful, beautiful place.
We have a beautiful farm upstate.
Yeah, it's I want to go to that farm upstate. But maybe not today. I think I've still got a couple of other matches that we.
Oh, I think so too, Paul.
Yeah, just.
Oh, absolutely. So let's see if they. Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a very tricky one.
It really is. I'm trying to see if there's any. So is there any sense on the screen right now? We can see the stars, which are representing the flags, the coins that they've collected, the health of character, and underneath is a battery. I'm going to assume that's a stamina bar. Yeah.
That is a stamina. And now let's see if they get some crops.
And the result.
And
oh,
they
there
did.
you go. Well
Good
done.
job. So we have both teams now going for the boss potentially.
They are tied up at 4 apiece. Do they need one more flag? Or that no, they're going straight in for. Oh, the boss is the final flag. I understand. So here we go on Cameroonian side. It is the combat boss. Okay, this looks intense. Oof. I think they took a death there. This may be part of the replay, or maybe part of their tooling. It's looking a bit tough.
I think we're looking at their tooling right now.
This will be interesting. Is it? Oh no, I thought the boss was transforming there, but it just seems they're teleporting.
So you see how they're slowing it down?
Yes.
We actually did consider limiting that capacity, but
Really?
I thought it would have been too mean. And this is so entertaining to watch, isn't it?
So what's the goal here for is it just the standard shoot the boss, you know, and defeat it, or do they have to do something else?
There is a trick.
There's
always a trick.
There's always a trick.
There's always a trick. So the trick here is that the boss will immobilize you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It will paralyze you.
Okay.
Well, you are paralyzed by fear, aren't you?
Right. For just a couple of seconds, or
A couple of seconds while it strikes you down.
Oh,
so
wow.
you will die in fear.
wow.
Or go to the
Farm upstate. Farm upstate.
Exactly. Go to the farm upstate in
Yeah.
fear. And there is a trick to bypass that immobilization, which allows you to shoot the boss while that happens. But I
They have
do
to
not
discover
know if they have discovered it, if either of them has discovered it yet.
I like how just one of the labels of from their tooling there was gun, which seems appropriate for going up against a combat boss like this. You need to be prepared.
I guess the boss never got the memo you don't take a sword to a gunfight.
No.
But,
it's a pretty big sword.
It is
so
a pretty big sword, so I guess like it balances out.
I think whatever tooling here from Cameroonian just changed our background and platforms to our retro arcade levels. This is wonderfully colorful.
By the way, do you see the two minions?
Yes.
That is another obstacle that
was
the
a-
other team purchased.
That was a purchased obstacle right
That was
there.
a purchased obstacle, which means that the boss has little eagles. We love the eagles. The eagles are like such a terrific enemy. They hover over you and just bombard you.
If the team goes for the Eagles, hypothetically, and defeats them, do they stay away even if they die and come back, or do the Eagles always return?
That is a good question. I'm not sure. I
Fair
do
enough.
believe they might respawn.
We may find out.
Where would be the fun otherwise?
Okay, we've entered to a full screen mode here. This is we've lost a little bit of the tooling, but something's going on. They were in a single step mode. Changes like this always feel like they might be a precursor to a capture. It's hard to say. Meanwhile, not much happening on Kijitora's side. Again, that doesn't mean not much is happening at all. They could be working their way through the problem elsewhere. and getting
Absolutely.
ready.
The fun part about the boss fight is we usually get to see it no matter what.
Yeah.
Because even if you replay it fast, we will see something.
Oh, very good, very good.
We like to keep that graphical, visual element to it.
That's nice. A lot of these challenges can go by so quickly that it's sometimes hard to see. So getting to see that would be very nice. Counters, Python.
Oh, so they're trying to go with brute forcing the randomization of the boss movement.
Okay.
I will say interesting approach.
Yeah.
And leave it at that.
I'm with you on that one. I will withhold comments. I don't know what I'm doing, so I can't comment that badly, obviously.
Well,
looking at the freezers. Okay, this is very interesting on Cameroonian side.
So maybe to give a bit of background, Python, which is the language that we use for the game engine, has a standard randomization library that uses a algorithm called the Mersenne twister. And that is highly predictable if you can get 624 numbers. So if you can get 624 numbers from the random generator, you can guess the 625th onwards.
These 624 seems low for these kind of randomization.
It is very low.
It's very low.
You shouldn't use that.
But here we are.
But here we are. Well, whether this is
Hold
actually
on.
the
This
challenge...
looks interesting on Kijitora's side. That looks very close to defeat. There you go. And that's it.
That's it.
Kijitora has defeated the boss. They've won the game.
They have won the game, Paul. That was fast.
Just as quickly, and as always, just as quickly as it starts, it can finish like that. Kijitora defeats the boss. They've got the final capture, and they will go through to the grand final and knocking out Cameroonian. Wild stuff.
Wild stuff. It happened so fast, right? So they did seem to have figured out the trick that was to talk to the boss. It's while you're being immobilized, and that makes him forget that you're immobilized.
And that's they got all the hits in that they needed. We can take now another quick look at those final moments from Kijitora. Again, it's so easy to miss in these games. And so here we see they're going into the level itself. The Eagles are there from the obstacle purchase. They're taking the hits. And the health is looking, and that just as quickly the boss health goes, it's all over.
They die just after killing the boss, which means it's a win.
It counts it. That is absolutely amazing.
That is beautiful. Yeah. Look, they're celebrating. We can see them in the booth. They are happy.
Congratulations to Kijitora who have won it. We will get a few quick words. We will. V, I believe, is in with Kijitora right now. V, anything there?
I'm currently in the box with Team Kijitora, the victors for the first semifinals. All right, so Team Kijitora, how did it feel?
Really excited and yeah, I'm glad.
That was incredible. You beat the boss really, really fast. We were really surprised when we were watching it because we thought that the obstacles as well as the boss's speed and movement was a huge hindrance, but you seem to be on top of that. Did you have any final thoughts about the boss or any of the levels?
Yeah, the levels were relatively hard compared to the last game, but maybe I think we used an unintended solution for the boss, so that's why we solved the boss very fast.
Actually, there is some bugs for the other challenges, but we exploit that bugs to to able to beat the boss. So I guess that is intentional.
We'll talk about that later. All right, thank you so much, Team Kijitora. All right.
That was an amazing effort there from Team Kijitora. Look, it goes so quickly, and that's how these kind of matches go. But at the same time, let's get a couple of words from Carl, who's in with Cameroonian on their efforts. Over to Carl.
All right, I'm standing here with Cameroonian. Guys, commiserations, very well played. How do you feel about the match?
Well, we think it was really close. It was nice to see that we were tackling along, both teams all the way through. We actually had a lead, if I'm not much mistaken. So, in a good spirit, but in the end, if they can beat the boss that fast, well, yeah, then there's not much to do for us.
Yeah, was there any particular challenge that you liked or disliked?
Well, we've been planting and farming in this one. We didn't really see that coming, I would say. And we took us the time to really ensure that our harvest was good. Maybe a bit more time than needed, but it was a fun new introduction to the system.
Yeah, it's great to see that the game is also fun to play. Any final words to the other teams, to I don't know, anything?
Yeah, we hope everybody will spend all their coins, but because it's funny when things just go crazy. More.
I agree. Again, congratulations and thank you very much. And yeah, back to you, Paul and Jean.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carl. And to be as well, both teams doing fantastically well. Kijitora will go on to the grand finals, which will happen later in the day. That will take place at 18:15 Central European summertime. However, in the meantime, you are highly encouraged to join us for semi-final 2 at 16:15 Central European summertime to see Dice Gang take on Zero Rocket Rex. That is going to be that's going to be a matchup as well. Any thoughts to semi-final 2, Jean?
I think it's all up for grabs at this point. We will see which team prevails, though.
It was a tight match here. It's going to be a tight match again, leading into a very exciting grand final. So we want to thank you all for joining us for the first semi-finals. Come back with us very shortly for semi-final 2. Again, that will take place at 16:15 Central European summertime. And from myself and from Jean, any final thoughts?
May the odds be ever in their favor.
Thank you very much for joining us for the first semi-final at Hackceler8 2024, and we'll see you again very shortly. 624 seems low for Welcome back, everybody, to Hackceler8 2024 in beautiful Malaga in Spain. My name is Paul Dev. I'm not Zeta2, but I'm alongside Zeta2. Welcome to Hackceler8.
Thank you. I mean, I've been here the whole time, but yeah.
It's good to have you up here for commentary for a change. For those of us who are just joining us, this is a speedrunning security hacking competition. We've had some wild gameplay already this week. We've had some, or weekend rather, and we've had some amazing gameplay in the first semi-finals. Anything that stood out to you in that first semi from what you saw?
No, I think it was really cool to see that we had a back and forth between the teams. They took the lead, they gained the lead. They were both at the boss at the end, and then one of the teams managed to snag that victory. So it was really nice to see a close game. We really liked that.
It was really close. So let's take a look at those final moments from our semi-final one and how it all went down. There was a bit of an unintended solution here.
Yes, correct. So because of how one of the other challenges in this round worked, they were able to reuse that game mechanic and use that on the boss as well to release a quick flurry of attacks. And you see the boss health there dropping very quickly before the kind of issue would arise that otherwise would cost the challenge. So great use of other game mechanics, and yeah, great job.
Was quite amazing to see. It all happened so far. So the teams now, obviously Kijitora there goes into the grand final, but the teams we've got up for semi-final 2 is Dice Gang and Zero Rocket Rex. Had, small brain moment there. Zero Rocket Rex, both strong teams. Any particular favorite? Any particular standouts here that you've got?
I mean, I as much as I love the people in Zero Rocket Rex, I know some of them. I will have to give it to Dice Gang for this one. They are veterans of Hackceler8. They came out very strong and already on the first day. But I mean, I think it's going to be a close one. But if I had to put money on it, it would go on to Dice Gang.
It's I'm sort of with you there on Dice Gang. I feel like it's the kind of team that's had that experience. So let's learn a little bit more about Dice Gang. And I believe we're going to V for that one to tell us about Dice Gang. No, we're sorry, my mistake. We're going to Jean for that one to tell us about Dice Gang.
So Dice Gang has been a fixture of Hackceler8 since its inception, since 2019. They've been here 5 times. One small fun fact is that one of their members is running a Nigerian domain name register because dicegang.ng. And I believe they'll tell us more about themselves in a short video.
Hi, I'm Harrison, and this is William, Bryce, and Dan. We are Dice Gang from the United States of America. We're really excited to go to Malaga to compete in Hackceler8 and see everyone. Fun fact, we're the only team to have competed in all 5 Hackceler8s so far, and our favorite animal is the hippopotamus, specifically Mudeng.
Dice Gang.
Very nice presentation. We wish them really all the luck. Back to you, Paul.
Presentation. Thank you, Gene. We're going to move swiftly across to Zero Rocket Rex, and this time we will actually go to V to tell us all about Zero Rocket Rex.
Thanks so much, Paul. So to my left, I'm joined by the team Zero Rocket Rex. They're a merger team, very, very strong, and incredibly surprised by their performance. They're often, in the previous 2 days of Hackceler8, been doing incredibly cool techniques with incredibly cool tooling. But let's take a closer look at what they have to say for themselves.
Hi, we are Team Zero Rocket Rex, an alliance between the CTF teams Zero Tolerance, Red Rocket, and Rectalign. For this year's finals, we have 2 members from Germany, 1 from the Netherlands, and 1 from Romania, but we have teammates from all around the globe. Many of us have participated in past editions of Hackceler8, so we kinda know what to expect. We really enjoy this format because it combines the problem solving of CTFs with the decision making of gaming and speedrunning, which is quite unique. We are ready for Hackceler8 2024.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Zero Rocket Rex. Back to you, Paul.
Thank you very much. 2 fantastic teams, fantastic lineup at the end of the day. Let's take a quick look at the brackets that we've seen so far and where everyone's at. We can see Kijitora there in the finals. Yeah, I think the team you were backing, Cameroonian, every time. So please show me how it's done.
Yes, so Kijitora won against Kalmar Unionen, and it was a very even match. It was really exciting, but yeah, unfortunately only one team can win, and that was Kijitora, right?
So we'll take a look now, just as a brief reminder of the levels that the teams will be facing. Our first level, Ocean here, we've seen it a little bit already. This is your classic underwater world, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, for anyone who's played any kind of platformers, especially the retro variety, you always have the dreaded water physics that just messes up with your whole coordination, and
it's just not fun.
Yeah, and you can see this is actually me trying to play in this clip, and yeah, you can
oh,
judge
this
for
was
yourself.
you.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it didn't go very well, and we'll hope the players do better.
I mean, they've got the advantage of tooling and all that kind of stuff. So our next level after that is our beach level. This looks a lot more nicer, looks a lot sunnier. Looks something I'd enjoy.
Yeah, definitely more chill. Maybe something you would see maybe as an opening level in a platform game. Pretty basic platforming, I would say. Some very simple, not too difficult enemies. But don't let it fool you. We still have some pretty difficult challenges in store there.
So difficult challenges we saw a lot in the last match. On our next level there was clouds, and there was definitely some difficult challenges there. This level still packing quite a bit hidden away from him. But yeah, what have we got to say about the cloud level?
Yeah, so typically slightly more difficult platforming going on here. A bit of a variety in enemies. We'll see here on the screen you have both the crab and the bird. Is it an eagle, I think? So kind of ramping up the difficulty, as well as having the actual challenge in here, which will definitely throw a spanner in the works for the team.
We saw a lot in this level in the semi-finals one from both Kijitora and Kalmar Union. This seemed to be, where a lot of the focus was in this match. I'm not sure that'll maintain the same for the next match going forward.
Yeah, I mean, each round is different, right? So we'll see where the focus will lie on this one. Some of the challenges are easier, some of them more difficult.
Yeah, that's always going to be the way. After our clouds, we ship steadily on into our ruins level. Dark, dank, got all of the things, a lot of blocking elements here. Anything that's caught your eye particularly about the ruins?
So yeah, as you said, a bit of a darker. We have these kind of, orcs or golem kind of creatures. Overall, more of a vertical design. You can see these kind of falls and so on. And yeah, it proved to be a pretty challenging one in the last one as well. And we'll see what challenge we have in store for this one.
I'm kind of hoping we see a lot more in this one. We didn't see a great deal from in the previous semi-final, or if I did, I blinked and missed it. And you know how it is. But we'll see how it goes. And then finally, our arcade, where we have lots of little challenges. The arcade, that looking pretty cool. Nice retro aesthetic to it.
Yeah, definitely. So we want to mix it up and not only have platformer elements in this game. So that's where we brought in the arcade, where we can kind of expand a little bit on the format. So for example, here you see a snake style game. So this kind of level opens up for a greater variety of kind of the genres of games we can bring into this game hacking competition.
I kind of love the mixture here of this old sort of Nokia style snake thing, you know, the hours that I spent on my mum's phone just playing that game endlessly. Yeah, weird competitions with my mum about who can do better. It's a complete throwback, right?
Yeah, really nice to see.
But yeah, hopefully some different challenges there. We've already seen some interesting kind of things. But it's probably worth at this point to have a look at some of the challenges themselves. We've got two challenges. Very briefly, we can sort of talk generally about. We still don't want to give a lot away. So we've got our double jump challenge. Quite an interesting one. This is one you know well?
Yeah, so this was one of the challenges that appeared earlier in this competition. And basically the idea is that you needed to jump up higher than you were able to, but by tricking the game, you could jump multiple times in the air. So you see here, Domino is getting hit by the enemy and then can manage to jump another time, even though they're not supposed to, and through this they're able to jump up higher in the air and reach the otherwise unreachable platform.
So this is working on the mechanics of the animation that takes place and like trying to cancel out like the counter or something that's happening at that point, right?
Yeah, I think there's a mix up there with the kind of the animation state, and that controls whether you can jump or not.
Oh, that's really cool. So hopefully we'll see a bit of that. On top of that, there's a lot of different tooling that the teams apply on top of what we're seeing. Like, we can cut it back and take this look at the game itself, but when we get into it, if you've seen semi-final ones, you see a lot of different tooling on top of that. The other challenge we've got is our Pong challenge. Retro aesthetic again, still my favorite. What can you tell us about Pong?
Yes, it's again, this is where we bring in the arcade system to broaden the types of challenge you have. You have kind of like a Pong style game that you're supposed to win, and at first glance it looks completely fine, but then you get to this section of it and it's suddenly impossible, so you have to figure out a way to mess a little bit with the game so that you can actually win against the opponent, even though they have the paddle that reaches across the whole play field.
I mean, it's just, from a visual standpoint, it just looks like nothing. What's going on here? Like, it's the scrolling across the screen and the wraparound. I'm so excited to see this challenge. I want to see exactly what happens. But interesting stuff. All of these challenges. This is just a brief glimpse into some of the challenges, and then it's the kind of thing that will change as time goes on. Let's briefly touch on the characters that we've seen already. So Domino, our protagonist, wonderful dog. She's amazing. How do you feel about Domino?
Yeah, it's cool. Nice mix-up. New character from compared to last year. New protagonist. It's been. I mean, it's like we're putting these characters through a lot of challenges. Almost feels bad with a nice dog like this, right?
It's kind of exactly that. It's the different kind of characters, and then we've got our wonderful boss character. I feel like I'm going to get the name wrong every time I get the name wrong. It is El Rey del Fuego, and I apologize in advance for my horrible pronunciation of absolutely everything. That's I'm working on it.
Right. So we have our fighting boss. So this is one of the boss characters that you can encounter in some of the rounds, where it's more like about boss fights, basically. Yeah.
We've got one other boss character that's really interesting in, I think it's Livabora, or a wonderfully designed character. So you should say these are all designed by our team behind the scenes here, particularly V and John, who you've seen already. Any thoughts on this character?
Yeah, so it's the other boss characters. We have two different styles of bosses. This one is more of a dialogue boss, where you have to kind of trick the boss and then kind of convince them to be defeated, essentially.
So two different styles of bosses, two different styles of gameplay. We've seen our battle boss already. Hopefully we get to see a bit more of Livabora here, and it'll be really interesting. So at this point, you might be thinking to yourself, or at least if you're like me, you're thinking to yourself, how can you get involved? How can you start doing this kind of thing? And Zeta, I think we have a number of options for people, yeah?
Yes, we do. And one of the ways, so I mean, we're here at Hackceler8, which is the finals of the Google CTF. And so we run the Google CTF every year, usually in June. It's an online capture the flag Jeopardy-style competition, open to everyone. We usually have a few hundred up to 1,000 teams competing, some of them among the very best in the world, trying to solve our devious challenges that we've put together. It's one of the kind of flagship events for the CTF community throughout the year. So you can check out the link on the screen to read more about it. As I said, usually it's in June every year.
That's pretty cool. If you're worried, much like I am right now, that you don't have the skill set available, these are some top tier CTF teams, top tier hackers. I believe we also have a lighter option, an easier intro, yeah?
Yes, definitely. So if you're more of a beginner, you're getting into CTF, you want to try it out, we also have the Beginner's Quest, which is a separate event that we organize every year with a set of more accessible challenges. So you can also kind of ask for leads and so on from the organizer. So it's slightly less competitive and really trying to be encouraging for beginners. So that one you can also find at the link on the screen. This one is very cool as well because the challenges stay up, so you can basically look at this at any point of the year, and then usually we introduce a new set of challenges every year.
It's really cool stuff. So look, it looks like the teams are getting ready. They're in their boxes, they're ready to go. I think we're getting the green light, so the stage is set, and let's get underway with Hackceler8 2024.
10, 9,
let's go.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And they are off and underway. The servers are now live. We might take a second here just to get some visuals from both teams, but and here we go. So Dice Gang and Zero Rocket Rex both off and moving, and it's always quick to catch up. Things can happen very fast here. What are we seeing?
Yeah, so on Dice Gang's side, they are looking at the chest logic puzzle. So basically, we have a 4x4 grid of mimics, chests, and they all give different clues about the state of the situation, and you have to like combine all of these and figure out what's going on.
Hey, 99% of the time it's a mimic, and that 1% of the time it contains pure treasure.
Yep.
This one will be very interesting. So it looks like they're checking it one by one.
Yep.
This is an interesting approach because they could be there for quite some time otherwise.
So I think what they need to do is kind of like look at what all the mimics or all the chests are saying. So they need to kind of gather these clues one by one and then kind of work out how they're going to approach it.
Oh, this is sort of like an expansion of that classic liar's paradox, like, you know, one's telling a lie, one's not telling a lie, find out. Right, that's really cool.
And you can see this one is saying, I'm not the mimic, and one of the others said, like, there are two mimics next to me, and so on. So you have to kind of puzzle all these things together and work out what's happening there.
This will be really interesting to see how this one goes. It's slow going at the moment here. However, over on Zero Rocket Rex's side, they seem to be zooming around. We've got a much bigger view of their tooling that's playing here. So you can see the game client there, and a lot of the overlays are extra tooling to know about what's going on. I say that as they were moving around at a very high speed, and the second that I said that, in classic commentator's curse, they've just stopped moving completely.
Yeah, but at least you can see here, you know, compared to the clips we showed of the game before, you see all of these overlays, these menus, they have all of these features for different cheats and so on. A bunch of color overlays, a lot of information to show different types of items on the screen. So all this like really helping the team figure out what's going on.
It's really interesting to see the different tooling that comes from all the teams. As we've said before, a lot of what you'll see on the screen isn't necessarily representative. They've got obviously 4 players on each team in their boxes. They're all working individual challenges, or they're working multiples of individual challenges themselves.
Right, so they can work a bit in parallel, but in the end, so the screen we are showing is the game laptop, and this is where they actually are connected to the real game server. So this is where they have to play out the solution to solve that challenge and get those stars.
So everything has to go through that one game laptop in the end. No solutions on other laptops or other computers or anything.
Right. So what they typically do, as you said, they will split up, work on different challenges, and once they think they have something, they will go and put that into their game laptop and basically kind of show it to us when they're solving it.
It's really the kind of thing of, this game has these dynamics about it where sort of you see exactly what you're seeing right now, which looks like just not much, a frozen game perhaps, and a player that's not moving. But at the same time, like, stuff is happening, and then it can go from 0 to 100 like really quickly.
Yeah.
And it can be just as quickly over as it begun in some instances.
Yeah, we really have to be like on our toes, checking what they're doing. And I'm actually a little bit surprised. I mean, we saw in the previous semifinals, we have a few flags that they captured like just straight out of the gate because they had been preparing for these 45 minutes. But maybe this round is proving to be a bit more difficult.
It looks like to be a bit of a challenge. I think in semi-final 1 by this time we did actually have a capture already, you know, from what I can remember vaguely. But at the same time, it's slow going here in the early stage. Now, both teams do have 45 minutes to complete the game. However, the rounds can end early. What are the conditions by which like a team can win?
Right. So we have a number of challenges in the game. Each challenge is worth a number of stars. And then you need a certain number of stars to be able to get to the end boss. So you don't necessarily need to complete all the challenges to get to the boss. And then once you get to the boss, you have to obviously defeat the boss. And once you do that, you're done, you win. However, if the time runs out and no one defeats the boss, it is whichever team is in the lead who will win. And you will be able to see on the right-hand side of the screen, there's little overlay which will show their progress. And one of them will also have like a golden border to show who is currently in the lead to really make that clear for you.
Oh, that's really cool to know.
Yep.
The flags there will be displayed. Hopefully we'll get to see them as they come through. You can see both teams down in the bottom sort of third of your screen, furiously concentrating, working away at the problems as they are. Again, not a lot to show exactly right now, but it has a way of kicking off much later. So do you have any, at this point, while we're seeing as they work through it, do you have any insights into the challenges they're up against right now, or is it is it still sort of a bit mysterious to us?
Well, we saw on the Dice Gang side, right, they were looking at the Mimic puzzle, and it looked like they were collecting the clues there, and then I presume that, you know, they collect those clues, they hand it off to one of the teammates who's working on this challenge, and they will try to, you know, piece this together and figure out which chest they want to open. And then at some point we might see them go back into the game and go to this chest and try to open it. So that one, you know, they're definitely looking at least. Of course, it's very hard to tell what their progress is.
Right. Seeing as we've got a bit of time, I'm going to quiz you or ask some questions about the Mimic chest. So it's a 4x4 set of Mimics.
Yes.
And there is one chest in there that is a legitimate, has the treasure, has the flag that they're looking for.
Yes.
Now, like, is it the case that both column and row has, you know, there are 2 Mimics in this row, there are 3 Mimics in this column, or is it just by row? How's it work?
I actually am not sure about the exact details about all the different clues. So what I do know is they have different variants of. We saw at least like 2 variants with like how many Mimics next to me, how many on this row. We saw I'm not a Mimic, and so on. So there's some various different.
Oh, so there's a lot there.
Yeah.
That is going to make things difficult. Like it feels like the kind of thing that at a certain point it's going to scale up, where sort of pen and papering this out and working out the logic. It's just not going to work for you.
Yeah, and I mean, we have at least definitely tried to make it so that they can't just like repeatedly guess and try to get it that way. Now, of course, as we know, sometimes there are unintended solutions.
We saw that last round.
Right, we saw that with the boss. So, you know, we are never going to say, you know, you can't do this or you have to do that. We have an intention behind the challenges, and sometimes the players are even more creative than we were.
I think that's the one of the most fun parts about this as a whole, where it's this, like, after these matches, for the folks who are in the room with us, they have this wonderful seeing the teams talk about what happened along with the organizers. There's this wonderful dynamic and back and forth of where they want to reveal what they know, but also like they're going into other rounds, so it's you have to withhold certain amounts of information, don't you?
Yeah, and we also have, so as we talked about before, we started this event with 8 teams, right? And we're down now to these 2 plus Kiditora. But also some of the teams who were eliminated because they are so enthusiastic about it, they are actually also playing along in the background. So they're also in on the discussion afterwards, like, you know, how did you do this, how did you do that, and so on.
So alluding there to our obstacle system, how do you think this is going to come into play? What's going on with, again, for newer viewers, what's going on with the obstacle system?
Right. So basically, we have for a long time, when we organized Hackceler8, we've talked about how could we introduce some kind of multiplayer aspect of the game. And what we found so far is that, you know, making a game is already difficult. Making a multiplayer game is very difficult.
Even harder again.
But we still wanted to do this, right? So this year, we came up with a system where throughout the levels, there are coins scattered. I think it's up to 10 coins per round, and they don't count to like for your progress or standing whatsoever. Like they will not help you win the match. They will not place you in the lead and so on. But if you collect them, you can, for subsequent rounds, use them to buy so-called obstacles. And the obstacles are various small extra features that we enable in the round for the other teams, which will make it more annoying to try to solve the challenges.
We saw this in semi-final 1 with the addition of the 2 eagle characters at the boss level firing towards the player character.
Right, so not only are you trying to fight the boss, you have these 2 annoying minions disrupting you while they're doing it.
That's really interesting. Like it'll be interesting to see what other obstacles have been purchased. And as you said, like so Kalmar, who's gotten knocked out, they can still buy obstacles.
Yes.
And other teams that have been knocked out can still buy obstacles with their remaining coins.
Yes. So the knocked out teams can make the life a bit more of a challenge for the teams that are still playing. It should be noted though that they cannot selectively, just mess with one of the teams. If they wish to purchase an obstacle, that is going to be applied to both the teams that are playing.
Okay, so it evens out the playing field, so you can't form these alliances offline.
So we didn't go that far into the multiplayer and metagaming. We didn't want to open that can, at least not this year.
No. You got to save something for next time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole diplomacy aspect starts there, right?
It just turns into this wonderful. I was out getting a drink before between the 2 matches, and I just heard one of the players talk. It's like, yeah, we're going to just spend all the coins, and this looks good. And it's sort of important to note that as we go into the finals, there'll be no coins in the finals because there's no purpose at that point for them to collect coins.
Yeah.
I also did hear one other fantastic little story about sort of the earlier stages of the game. I believe it was Zero Rocket Rex. Their tooling and their pathfinding throughout the matches was spotting coins as obstacles and intentionally avoiding it, so they weren't collecting them.
Oh, that's great.
So I have to confirm that one, but that was a nice little one where it's just like, oh, that's quite literally going to cost them.
Yeah, that's it's something that happens. Like, we introduced the coin mechanic fairly late into the development and so on. So sometimes the teams are not quite ready for what things we throw at them. We try to not be too mean, right? So generally the way these competitions work is that we provide them with a base version of the game about a month in advance.
Oh, wow.
So they can then use that to start building their tools and their cheats and so on. And then for each round, we give them a modified, customized game client where we add features relevant to that round, right?
So that base client that's provided to them, or that base game, that doesn't include any of the challenges. It's just sort of an overview of like the art assets that are included or things like that?
Yeah, it's like the game engine. There's a basic playing field with the basic maps. You can basically just walk up to these NPCs that you're trying to rescue just to see how the scoring system works. And so on. You can develop your tooling, but there are none of the actual real challenges in there. And then for each round, they will get the specifics, like the modified client, the specific level with the specific items, and so on. And as I said, we try to make it different enough that it's interesting, but similar enough that we don't completely nullify their month of work before, right?
Right. So it's getting that little taste for them and sort of working out. We're still waiting here as some teams are working through the challenges, problems. There might be some other difficulties that they're facing at the moment. I did see very briefly from Zero Rocket Rex there was some movement, there was some things happening, so maybe they're getting ready to kick off, but who knows, it's always hard to tell what's going on.
Yeah.
But it just feels to me like this tension building, you can almost feel it in the room a little bit. It's like something's going to happen at some point, but these games are always very dynamic, and we've had in the past where it's gone from games like this where we're almost 15 minutes in now, and there hasn't been much action, and that's sort of surprising, but it's not surprising. I don't know how you see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like because they are probably
here we go.
Okay, now there are things going, right? So we can see on the Zero Rocket Rex, they're looking at one of these challenges, and you see they're trying to dodge all these enemies, and that
looks like
that is solved on the server.
That looks like a solve, or it hasn't registered, but Last time with Kasher and Trasher, that did turn out to be, or for Trasher, it turned out to be a solve. Maybe not quite at this point.
Right. So, but this what can be unclear here is that we don't know exactly if they were actually connected to the real server or if they were just testing it out with their local instance, right? So, because I felt that I was going a bit too fast because there is a certain amount of rate limiting, right, in the real server. So we have something here that could be the real deal. I'm really, you know, curious to see what's going on here. So we can talk a little bit about this challenge, right? It's the water level, and you see these, what is it, like mermaids enemies or something like that. They are swimming around, and I believe that basically if you touch any of them, you die instantly.
Yeah.
And they have these pattern going around, and you have to kind of find the exact opening in the pattern to be able to run through this to the end. So,
so at the moment it looks pretty, you know, I could do this with the keyboard or a controller and things, right? It's surely not that simple.
So what I believe happened there is that they were waiting to find the right cycle, and now...
Oh, I see.
And now, if everything goes their way, Zero Rocket Rex is they're just running through it, and you see, like, the beginning looked fairly easy, right? But that one would have been really tricky if you hadn't timed it right. You need to find that specific gap in it, and then this little gap. So,
this is frame perfect timing that they've got it, and I mean, frame perfect pause as well.
Yeah, so now I'm a little bit unsure why their game is paused, but it really looks like they had
they got the pattern down, right?
Yeah, right. So this should be a solve coming in any moment.
If the
now
fast version was anything to go by, it looked like they had it.
Right. So if my guess here, my interpretation is that they first they had a recorded solution from maybe one of their teammates.
Right.
They put it over into the game laptop. They ran their kind of like local version where they can speed up the game to whatever speed they want.
It looks like it's, I don't know, we're starting to see some kind of errors here where it looks like this might actually be on the server side of things. Like, as we saw, Zero Rocket Rex, like, had the pattern down. It looked like they were heading for the flag, but it's it stalled out completely on them, which sort of suggests that there's that kind of problem. So it's the kind of thing of, you know, it's hard to say what's going on exactly.
Right, so we're having some issues, so we're just waiting for some final confirmation from our producer to see exactly, to hear exactly what's going on, but we have our colleagues working with them.
Yeah, so we have just had confirmation from our people in the back, top people working the problem, that there is a server-side problem right now. So this again sort of like presents a unique problem. The game time does continue at the end of the day. We're going to try and rectify that as we go forward. You know, there's choices to be made. People are frantically running around right now trying to fix it out. But the upshot of this is that, at least for now, the teams can still work with the client side, and it might be the case that, like, once all of these issues are sorted out, as I said before, it can go from 0 to 100 real quickly. This is just all time that teams can spend doing things. The unfortunate thing is they can't try the challenges.
Yeah, and this is, you know, I mean, if this is stressful for us, I can't imagine how it is for the teams, right? You're sitting there, maybe you have a solution, and you're like, okay, why is it not working? And maybe you're thinking that the other team is solving it as well. So yeah, I, you know, really feel for the teams here, and we're of course trying to solve this as soon as possible.
Yeah,
get this on track.
So I've just had an update from our folks in the back. We are going to actually call a pause on the game at this point. So this seems like a pretty serious issue. And so we'll pause the game for now. It looks like we'll, again, like, time is, you know, rapidly going away. Every second in these games counts for these teams. So, like, hopefully this is time we can give them back, or
I believe there might be some time added to the clock in the end to compensate for this. But yeah, we'll see how it's handled and when we can get it sorted out. Yeah.
Okay, so I've just got a further update. They're coming in thick and fast over here. For now, it seems to be a fairly serious issue that's affected this this semi-final, which is really unfortunate. So we will take a brief pause here. We'll take a break. We will rejoin the stream. So stay with us for a while now, and we'll rejoin and hopefully give you an update on where we're at with semi-final 2 and what we will be able to do next. But for now, we'll take a brief pause. Thank you for joining both Zeta2 and I. Apologies for these problems, but big technical competitions always have this kind of thing. Ask anyone who's ever worked in a production environment. It's exactly that.
Yeah, the challenge of building a game that's broken but in just the right way. It's yeah.
So please stay with us, and we'll join you back very shortly. Okay, this must be a big one.
Yeah, I was trying to.
Welcome back to Hackceler8 2024. We'll call it semi-final 2A. We apologize for the technical disruption that has just taken place here. Again, as complex as it is, these things do happen with complex games. So we are at a stage right now where we're looking to restart the game. Just so everyone is aware, we will be restarting the game at the full 45-minute timer. So we will just jump straight back in, I think, at this point. So
Yeah, let's go.
yeah, let's get the game going. And they're off and running, so we don't have a countdown this time. This is now an very interesting game, as both teams have had like a lot of time, and we're seeing some quick movement already on the Zero Rocket Rex side. That back in to where we saw before. Now, is this going to be the solve?
Right, so I would guess that this would be at least either the real solve, or maybe they did it local, now they're just waiting for the server to catch up. So basically, we have a rate limiting system on the server, so they cannot send commands however fast they want. Of course, if they modify their client...
Oh, we have a game connect on the Dice Gang side. That was part of the problem. So this is looking really nice.
Okay, hopefully the issues are all solved. And basically what I was saying is that if Zero Rocket Rex, if this is my interpretation, is that maybe they ran this just as fast as possible locally, and then they're gradually sending these commands up to the server to get the server caught up in what's actually going on. So, and this is why I believe we're just seeing an empty... well, just standing there, right?
Just a bit of stationary movement, but at the same time, we're seeing some movement on Dice Gang. That back into our Mimic Chest challenge here. They're having, again, we saw this early on in the start of the last game where they seem to be checking it one by one. I really wonder if it's a hand solve that they're going for, which would be difficult. Again, most teams will have other people working other problems, so this is not an unreasonable approach. I don't know. Maybe it could be a better use of time.
Well, I mean, it depends, right? If it's maybe if it's just collecting these 16 clues, maybe it was just faster to just do that manually than trying to write some automation for it. This is always the kind of trade-off you have to look into, right?
So it's they're going to look through each of these boxes. We're now down, just finishing the second row. Two mimics adjacent. It's like Minesweeper at certain points as well, which is just kind of fun. Zero Rocket Rex still waiting to see if that flag capture goes through, or if there's a catch up, or they have to replay. The rate limit might have kicked in on them. Oh, there it is!
There it is. So the server caught up, and now they actually confirmed that they got a flag.
So early on in our restarted match, Zero Rocket Rex with the first flag capture. So they lead 1-0 against Dice Gang. This is good. Color and movement is always good, and a lot of movement on the Zero Rocket Rex side here. This is some fast movement here.
Yep. It's in the...
I think it's in the
ruins. Yeah, they've removed a lot of the nice graphics, right?
I took the same amount. I'm like, where are they?
Yeah.
So I mean, you know, all this artwork, they've just got rid of it.
Yeah, it's, you know, yeah, to make it a bit cleaner. And there, just
that looks like a second capture. Again, might be waiting for the catch up here. So
yes, and we can quickly talk about what that was supposed to be. I believe. This was the weapon juggling challenge, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe we will see it in a more clean version from Dice Gang later, and maybe we can go more into depth.
So this is where like you have to carry, you can only carry one weapon or something like that.
Right. So if I'm you know, matching up the challenges correctly, because it was very quick there, but there we do have a challenge where basically you have 2 inventory slots, you need to carry 4 items, so you need to kind of like drop and pick them up. Yes.
Oh, and there's a death on the Dice Gang side. Wrong chest chosen there.
Yep.
That looks like a mimic.
Yep.
That's
unfortunate.
What can you say? What can you say? 99% of the time.
Yeah.
So we've seen some movement already. It'd be interesting to see if this second flag goes through. It'll put Zero Rocket Rex into a pretty substantial lead early on in the game. Dice Gang, however, right now seem to have backed out of Mimic Chains. Oh,
and
wait!
there the Zero Rocket Rex came in. So yeah, again, they played the replay file, but then they had to wait for the server to catch up to actually register that they had solved the challenge, and that's why they were just standing around and waiting. So that was another flag for Zero Rocket Rex, and yeah.
So when we say like the server has to catch up, this is entirely intended. Like the server has that rate limiting. Make sure that there's not too many, you know, ticks sent at once or things like that. Right?
Yes, basically we're running a synchronized simulation of the game state. So it progresses in ticks, and in theory they can cheat their own game to process the ticks as, I mean, basically as fast as their computer can manage. But that wouldn't really make for, I think, an interesting visual a lot of the times, or you could kind of be way too fast. So basically you can only send a certain number of ticks per second to the server. So what some teams do is they kind of go basically forward in time too far locally, and then they gradually kind of send things to the server to have the server catch up with that, and then they're in sync again, and that's when you get the score.
I don't need this game going any faster than it already does. My, you know, one-cell brain can only keep up with so much. Meanwhile, here on Dice Gang's side, they've seemingly ditched out of the Mimic problem, and they're looking at a different one here. It's a bit hard to see where they're at.
I think they're in the clouds, right? I believe this is the weapon property transfer challenge that we are looking at. And if it is, basically the idea is that once you equip different weapons, they change, you know, the properties. But one of the weapons kind of forgets to update one of the properties. So you can kind of like combine properties from multiple weapons to get the weapon that has like the speed of one with damage of the other to be able to do something that you shouldn't be able to do.
So you're looking to build like your BFG style weapon, you know, high rate of fire, high damage, you know, all that kind of stuff. That's really cool.
Exactly.
So, meanwhile, Zero Rocket Rex now, they've ditched out of the game, and we see some fast movement again. So it's sort of interesting to see. Maybe at certain points they're getting properly caught by the rate limiting, and like the client is it possible that they can go too fast such that the server rejects the state that they're trying to put the game in?
I'm not sure exactly what the reaction of the server. So I think we've done this differently in different iterations of this, right? But if you send it too quickly, I mean, in one way or another, the server will reject it. Whether it will completely like disconnect you, I'm not exactly sure on all the implementation details there. But it's definitely something you don't want to do because you risk desyncing, and then you know, you will crash and you will not get the solve.
So it's only been 7 minutes of in-game time now. So to recap, we've got 2 flag captures on the Zero Rocket Rex side of the board up against 0 from Dice Gang. So early commanding lead from Zero Rocket Rex. That can all change very quickly, however. So we'll see what happens in... They've still got 37 minutes of game time remaining. You know, that's a lot to play through. We see both teams now, like, madly flying through the game.
Oh yeah, here we have some. That's a solve from Dice Gang. Yep.
Wait the confirmation.
So we basically saw kind of the same approach as Zero previously, right? Where like you play it very quickly locally, and you have it, you know, have the server catch up. We haven't had like a full confirmation yet from the server that they did score, but it definitely looks like they got the flag.
It's looking pretty good.
Yes.
Meanwhile, at the risk of making the server actually catch up, Zero Rocket Rex back in the cloud level. We've seen a fast playthrough of this one already, and this may be the replay and trying to keep it under the rate limit, or you know, trying to actually have it be accepted. I keep referring back to this like it's a rejected state. I don't actually think that can happen. But we can see the stamina depleting. Oh, and they've ditched out of the game. So still no confirmation on Dice Gang's side about whether that is actually a flag capture. So we'll wait and see on that one. But they're moving now onto another level as well.
They're entering into the ruins, right? That's where you have the initial drop, right?
Yep. Oh, no, backing out.
Yep. Changing their minds.
Didn't like the ruins.
Yeah, they went in there like, ooh.
Oh, yeah, too much.
Yep. And we have some very speedy gameplay going on the Zero Rocket Rex side up in the cloud level. And this might be, oh wow, so I believe this will be another solve for them once the server catches up. And maybe we can, I don't know if we have our spectator view available so we can see this kind of going on in real time. I don't know if we have that sorted out with production, but that's maybe something we could get on screen.
So at this stage, I've just been given an update where that we're allowed to share that Dice Gang are playing locally rather than connected to the server at this point. So we've seen the flag capture, but that's at the local side rather than connected. So how that's going to be how that's going to be, or if that's going to be counted as a legit flag capture or not, we're unsure at this stage, but we'll find out very shortly. So local flag captures aren't going to count at this stage, so that remains the same as it has throughout the competition at this point. So, and that looks like a server capture.
Yeah, so Dice Gang actually gets the first flag on the board confirmed with the server. So that's very nice. We know now for sure that both teams can score.
Yep.
You know, I'm willing to claim from this point onwards that any issues they have are their own doing.
I could see a collective, like, you know, sigh of relief from up the back that both teams have now successfully captured a flag here. So we are off and running. This is a competition.
Yes, and that's another one for Dice Gang. They did the Cloud one as well. So I think if I'm understanding this correctly, what's happening is that both teams are now standing in the clouds, basically waiting for the server to catch up with them.
It's giving a very literal meaning to the concept of head in the clouds,
Yeah,
you know, just often waiting. You know? it's
basically
perfect.
waiting for the paycheck to arrive there.
Yeah,
You did the work already.
Yeah, it's, you know, gonna catch in. There it is.
Yeah, Zero Rocket Rex scores their third flag. They're off to a fantastic start in this round.
It's really looking good. We've just over 10 minutes of gameplay elapsed at this point. So Zero Rocket Rex are leading 3-1 against Dice Gang. This match has been exciting from the get-go. It's proving to be just a wild ride.
Yeah, of course, a little bit unfortunate with the technical difficulties,
Hey,
but I
these
think
things happen.
you know we have a good game going now, and yeah, we have flags on the board for both teams, and it's going to be exciting to see where this goes.
We'll see where they go next. We want to thank you as well, the viewer at home, for sticking through us throughout the technical difficulties. It's well worth it. We've got some fantastic gameplay here to show you. So it'll be interesting to see where it still feels like on Dice Gang's side that we're waiting for that flag capture to register or to catch up. Meanwhile, Zero Rocket Rex pulling another Git repo here.
Hopping over some files. So we should see the quacking. Yeah, and there you have the quacking
And there it is.
flag. Yes, so Dice Gang scores their second flag.
Excellent.
They're catching up.
This is turning into a tight race.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is pretty good. It's important to mention again, for those of us who are joining for the second semi-final, not all flags are weighted equally. That's correct?
Correct. So for each flag, you get a number of stars, and you need a certain number of stars to then be able to get into the boss fight. And then it's when you beat the boss that you win the match. It doesn't matter if you solved, you know, all the challenges or whatever. Like, beating the boss is what's counting. And you can see here in the progress bar on the right-hand side of each team, right, the kind of relative weight of these solves. So each challenge corresponds to rescuing one of these characters that we have in the game. So we can see that Zero Rocket Rex, they have rescued Quackington, Jesse James, and Casher, right?
Absolutely.
And Dice Gang have only rescued Quackington and Jesse James so far.
It's at this point I have to, and I will get an answer for this question, that Casher and Trasher are weighted differently amongst the stars. Like, it just feels sort of a thing that would happen. But as you can see, they're moving along sort of swiftly here. Dice Gang are back in the Mimic chest. They've got some tooling overlays here. Some pathfinding that seems to be working, and they're checking each chest here.
Yep. And so this could be, is this the time where they finally then solve this one? It's looking, so now I think if they went row by row, right, they collected all the constraints, all the clues, and I guess what we might see now is them handing it off, making sure, like, putting all this together to figure out which the correct chest to go to is.
Dice Gang, you can see there in their booth in the lower third of your screen, sporting their very lovely high-vis vests.
Yeah.
You know, that you can see them roaming around
Uh-huh.
beautiful streets.
And we
of
see them
Málaga
moving
that
now to one of the
go.
chests. Is this gonna be picking the right one? We'll see. They are. Oh, they seem to
This
be
is very. No, still checking.
No.
Still
Okay.
checking.
Yeah. Yep. So
They've put
haven't
out.
yet figured out which one of these. Ah, and they're resetting. So what if I remember this correctly, this is kind of re-randomized when you reconnect or restart.
Oh, so every time it might be different.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's like, for example, if you have a solution that's maybe not 100% bulletproof, right? You might want to like reconnect to get a different seed, and then maybe that can give you better chances of solving. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm just speculating on what might be going on
Might
here
be the
now.
case, yeah. I mean, it's hard to tell. There's a lot of different challenges that might even appear on the same map at certain points as well. So
Yeah.
actually, both teams now are in the Mimic game, so they're having a look and seeing what might be the case. You can see the tooling differences from one side to another. You know, Dice Gang have got a lot of overlays that may not actually be specific to this particular challenge.
Yeah.
Zero Rocket Rex, a few, but not as many. So.
Yeah, I think, I mean, they have general overlays. It seems to be showing different like items and platforms in the level, which shouldn't really matter too much in this particular challenge, where this is more of a logic puzzle than like, you know, platforming or something where you have to be like really precise in your movement. But it's really interesting to see both teams working on this challenge right now.
Right, and sort of interesting that both seem to be, at least from what we can see, dedicating a decent amount of time to this one. That we can see that for Zero Rocket Rex, they've got some additional tooling in the background in their console there that seems to be going through them. That might be a solver once it's got the information. It's really hard to tell. Taking note of the text, as it seems.
Yep. So this is, it's really tense here. Like, we could be seeing a solve any moment right now, because we don't really know what's happening off screen with their teammates. So at any moment we could see them just, you know, walk up to the right chests and get the flag.
Get the right one.
Yeah.
So this is interesting. I think they've spoken to every chest. Again, if this is specific movement or not, it's hard to say. They've gone to the open.
Oh, so we saw Zero Rocket Rex there got one correct, and they got another correct. So Zero Rocket Rex is really on 1, 2. Yeah, I think. Oh, they also Dice Gang also getting correct one. So they're both.
Oh, they're both moving on this one.
All right, so they're both. I mean, assuming they don't make any mistakes, both of them are gonna get this flag in just a moment. And this could actually be really crucial from a tiebreaker perspective, which I will explain in a moment once we see the outcome of this. And
Dice Gang checking in with Trasher again here. So is Kasha. Oh, and there it is.
Zero Rocket Rex. Yeah,
and there's the confirmation of it. That's another flag capture for Zero Rocket Rex. It is a commanding lead that they've got now. I believe it's just the boss left for them.
So there are, as far as I know, 5 challenges in this map. However, you don't need the last one in this case to get to the boss. So Zero Rocket Rex, they have unlocked the boss. And we haven't really explained this, I think, with the boss mechanics, which is that for all the other challenges, they get this modified client with the handout, and they can solve this. But the boss code is not included in this handout, and the boss code is downloaded dynamically once you enter the boss. So up until this moment, they might have known that it was the Medusa boss, but they did not know what it was about up until like this very moment. Now they know what the boss is actually doing, which is very interesting. It creates this like fresh start from this point.
So you can see now that Zero Rocket Rex are working through the different options that they have, providing some input. I can't help but notice that I think Livabora is referring to themselves as Snack Lady. I'm not sure, that might be wrong, it's in parentheses.
Yeah.
But This is getting really tight, so if they can work this one out, they will take the victory. Meanwhile, over on Dice Gang, they did take a death to the Mimic, so I believe that they had to start over there.
It's very unfortunate. It's going to cost them some very precious time, and they're going to be a little bit behind there on getting to the boss. And they're also missing another challenge, and unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure on the threshold for getting to the boss, so I don't know if it's enough for them to get this one, or if they also need to get another challenge to actually get to the boss.
Trash's challenge does appear to be quite a number of stars. You know, it may just be enough, but it's a bit of a gamble at this point. And, oh, they take another death over on Dice Gang's side, unfortunately. Zero Rocket Rex still working through the boss, not much working there, but it means that Dice Gang are going to have to restart that Mimic challenge, and it is such a value that it's worth it. You know, it's always hard to say before the challenges come in, but it looks like it's worth it for them.
Yeah, it's a lot of stars from that one. And maybe to talk a little bit about this boss challenge, right? This is kind of like a buffer overflow style of challenge where you use a buffer overflow to leak secrets in memory, and then you can use that to give it back to the boss, right?
Right, so these are the questions that they're asking. They're trying to leak those secrets out.
And you see they're onto something, right? You see they're inputting this very long string of A's, and this is kind of telling us that they're at least vaguely going in the right direction.
A lot of A's.
Yep.
This is looking interesting.
Yeah, and this is actually kind of the type of vulnerability in this this is the class of vulnerabilities that we typically call like memory corruption or binary exploitation vulnerabilities. So I mean, here of course it's in like a game context, very playful and so on. But I mean, the basic concepts here are the same as the like real dangerous vulnerabilities that are discovered in the real world, in real software.
So this is just, your classic buffer overflow, leaking a secret out of shared memory. Oh, that's really cool. So, yeah, we'll see how they go with that one. And that's a good point. Is there are logic puzzles.
And I see we are getting some data out here. Is this the secrets that they are leaking?
The owner is these file permissions, maybe? I don't know. I'm guessing.
I see. Okay, this is definitely interesting. Yeah, you see there in their terminal there, they were counting that their string of A's. I think they're checking that it is the correct size. On the other hand, we see that Dice Gang now actually do solve.
Oh, there you go, Dice Gang with the solve.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. So they got the Mimic there just now. So very good job from them.
Well done to Dice Gang.
Got that one locked in, and so they are. I mean, still very much in the game, right? The boss is not defeated yet, and they are into the boss. So they only did need that one to get into the boss. So they are only like a few minutes behind Zero Rocket Rex. So if they have a good flow, if they get on the right path, they absolutely have a chance to take this home. And so this is very much anyone's game still.
I like the range check just then, that going for -1.
Yeah. You're always going to test your
sometimes it is the simple things.
Yeah.
But credit to our developers here. I think at this stage in the semi-finals it might be a bit more challenging.
Yep. And they are coming into. So Zero Rocket Rex also came into the boss again, and we see. Okay, so there are a certain number of slots, right, of these secrets, and I think there were 6 of them, and then 3 of them were kind of like available, and 3 of them were kind of already used, and you probably are not allowed to view them, right? So I guess the idea here is that you're going to leak these 3, or maybe one of those 3 secret entries. Yeah.
So at this point, I'm noticing a lot of, background is changing, the tile set is changing. Is this data corruption?
Yeah. Are they getting some progress here, or are we just, starting to imagine things here at the commentators booth?
Good question. It's certainly possible that I'm imagining things.
Yeah.
And this is how tight these games can be. So at this point, with both teams down to the boss character, there's over 20 minutes remaining in the match. just as quickly it can turn back that way. It looked like Zero Rocket Rex had a commanding lead. Dice Gang were struggling with the Mimic chest, but they bought it back, and now it is easily, as far as we can tell, neck and neck.
Yeah, you can see there, you saw it on Dice Gang's screen, they were also inputting long strings of A's and B's. So they're also kind of looking into this like overflow idea as well. So I believe both teams are on the right track. It's kind of difficult to tell exactly what their progress is at this point. We do see, well, it's kind of hard to tell because the screen is very small, but on Zero Rocket Rex side, they were generating, instead of just putting like a long string of A's, they were generating this, now it's my turn to mess up a pronunciation, the Bergin sequence, where you can like, it's kind of structured in a way where you can easily identify the index sequence based off just a few values of it. So when you're doing some of these types of buffer overflow attacks, it makes it kind of easier to structure your attack.
Oh wow, so this we haven't seen them actually input it yet, I don't think. Oh, maybe it was them. But
yeah, it's yeah, as I said, it's you know, we see that they are looking in the right area, they are going down kind of the right path, but very challenging to see, you know, exactly if they're like, are they just kind of trying different things or have they actually figured it out by now? So now they are talking to the boss. They wrote down just a wrong entry to get to this menu from the Zero Rocket Rex side, and they're trying to input these different patterns to see kind of where they end up in memory and how they are leaked. We also have Dice Gang also looking to, yeah, so they input.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, okay, so we see now on Zero Rocket Rec, they see what you have. They have overwritten these.
The owner value.
Yeah, and the name. I think that was the title. It was like a title and an owner, and they have been overwritten. So now I believe that would then, if I understand this correctly, they can then use their first entry to read that second entry and then maybe get the secret. So this like could really be the solution here that we are seeing. I'm not. You know, I don't want to say anything too soon, but...
No commentator's curse.
Yeah.
No commentator's curse.
But we definitely could be looking at a boss defeat here in just a moment. And we'll see here, they're taking this pattern, they're inputting the new title of this entry, putting in this... so I think maybe they're overwriting the owner to be Domino, and they seem to maybe have done it. It looks kind of in the right way. We see the owner is Domino, right? And then are they trying to? But they managed. That's unfortunate. So they managed to read it, but they had overwritten. If I understand this correctly, they had overwritten the value that they were trying to leak as well. So maybe they kind of ruined the thing that they were trying to steal from the boss.
So is this just a matter of, you know, adjusting the length, adjusting the offset where they're placing, or is there more involved?
That's I would say so. Yes, I think Zero Rocket Rex is absolutely on the right path here. They have kind of the main components of this solution nailed down, and they just need to kind of like get this final little thing together.
It's smelling like progress here. So we've got Omino.
We also saw on Dice Gang's side, they were also interacting with the boss. They were writing a little Python script to do some interaction as well. And yeah, it's I don't see that kind of overwrite on their side yet, so I don't see quite as much progress. And I'm looking at the title that they are trying to put into the boss right now, and they have this dialog box open. Maybe just generating something off screen to input there.
We're down to 17 minutes left in the match, so there's still plenty of time to play for here. You know, again, all you have to do is...
Yeah, now we see on Zero Rocket Rex, right, they have... no, maybe not. Nope. Sorry,
Hey, it goes that way.
Yeah.
You know, it again, you can just blink and miss it.
Yeah, there was... So they are as far as I can tell, they are leaking things, but they're also like messing things up simultaneously, so they're not quite getting it there.
Still finer adjustments need to be made from Zero Rocket Rex. Dice Gang are still, they're looking to looks like they're going down the buffer overflow route of trying to override. They seem to be having some success, easy for me to say. But at this point, we thought there was a lot of progress, and it's looking like it's slowed down a bit.
Yeah, so the problem with these types of challenges is that you can get some really good progress initially, and then you can get stuck on like a small little thing, and that can really start eating up minutes, which would then allow the other team to catch up. And as we know, Dice Gang, they were a couple of minutes later to the boss, so Zero Rocket, they do have a head start there, but you can very quickly lose that lead with like just some small mistakes.
And that's how tight these games can get at the moment, as we're heading down to 15 minutes left in game time. We still see both teams furiously going at the boss battle here. So if you're just joining us, you've come in at the peak tense time. Oh, this is looking very interesting for Zero Rocket Rex.
Yeah.
They still look to be trashing the data though?
Yeah, this looks, I mean, I would say it looks more interesting than before, but still not like a solution.
Not a solution. And that's all that will count in the end.
Yep.
It's worth mentioning at this point that Dice Gang needs to actually claim the victory from the boss in time. If this goes down to the last second, I think based on stars, they won't win.
Yes, and in fact, because Zero Rocket Rex got the 5 challenges, sorry, they have 4 challenges. Okay, so in theory, Dice Gang could go solve the other 2 challenges, and if the time would run out, they would win. But that's a hell of a gamble.
Oh, that is a massive gamble.
Yeah. So I feel like, yeah, that's a hard sell like to your teammates to, and then, they do have another 14 minutes to beat the boss, right?
It's a long time, it's as these things can turn on their head in just a second. 14 minutes to go and make that gamble that Zero Rocket Rex isn't going to be able to solve it. Like that's a prediction. Not that that's happening right here now. This is pure speculation.
Yeah. We're just thinking about the different outcomes of this game, and the reason for that they need to do 2 challenges is that if 2 teams have the same number of stars, the tiebreaker is whoever got to that amount of stars first.
Right.
And by solving a 4th challenge for Dice Gang, they would be on the same side as Zero, but they got there later, so they would still be behind.
That would still be behind.
Yes.
Zero Rocket Rex there. We still see both teams furiously beating away at the final boss challenge here. Let's take a look.
So Zero was still, they were leaking like trash data, they were leaking Domino again, so they're still not getting that secret data out, because they're somehow managing to like ruin it in memory before they can get to it.
It's interesting that in order to get to the point of replaying that data, they seem to they load and unload the room quite a bit. I don't know if they're trying. Does it feel like they're grooming the memory at all? Or?
So I actually don't know enough about the exact details here of the implementation, whether like the memory layout or like the address randomization will matter in this case, but that could potentially be something. Or another option we could be seeing here is that they're actually solving the 5th challenge as a kind of insurance while one of the teammates, because I believe what they're doing right now is in fact how you solve the 5th challenge.
Okay.
I'm gonna double check my cheat notes here, and yes, so we have a challenge here where there is some inconsistencies in what's actually saved in the state of the server or not. So you see, if you destroy those blocks, and I think you quit out so that it saves and you load back in, the blocks will be there, but you will also be there, and this will cause you to kind of like clip out of bounds, and you can be like walk through the walls.
So what do you think the strategy is at this point, that like they're facing down 10 minutes left in gameplay? Do you think it's a strategic shift at this point for Zero Rocket Rex to like go away from the boss and pick up these final challenges to go on points?
Yeah, so well, I think I would guess it's more like maybe they have one of their teammates kind of maybe going over the solution to the boss again more thoroughly. maybe they went for this, like, let's just try to like force it. It didn't quite work, and while they're trying to like really properly come up with a more structured, well-structured solution, in the meantime they go and grab this other challenge because, you know, why not when you have the time? I would guess that's the strategy that they're going for.
That makes sense, right? It's sort of hedging the bet, and there's, you know, we were...
Yeah, and we can see here now, Zero Rocket Rex, they are walking out of bounds, right?
Bounds.
Yes, so they are outside the map, and it looks like you have to do some like precise movement here. Yeah, so they have to kind of fall down, and then you have to get into this room here, right? And that is, I believe, what's going to happen. Maybe if they get that right, there seems to be some small issue with the, you know, the gaming aspect of it. But I mean, they obviously have figured out the kind of the bug itself, and they're solving that.
I mean, just game better, right?
Yeah,
no, it's not that at all.
So I definitely, and we are monitoring the situation for DiceGang in the meantime as well, to make sure we're not missing anything there.
Still hammering away on the final boss there. It is their best bet, or at least I feel it's their best bet. But, oh, nope, too far. Fell down there by Zero Rocket Rex.
Yep.
As you can see, each time they reload the state, Domino is still out of bounds.
Basically, they have to fall and then immediately turn around and fall to the left to be able to clip into the room, right? And I think this is looking pretty good.
Looking very nice.
Yeah. Could, oh, maybe not.
No.
I think this is basically like pixel perfect.
Abandon out of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're less than 10 minutes in gameplay left. You know, in classic style, it's gone the route of you wouldn't surely come down to time in these kind of games, but it's getting closer and closer, you know, literally by the second. Zero Rocket Rex now falling again. This trajectory looking good. Can they land it? And there you go, straight through, clip through the wall.
Very nice.
Very nicely done.
I think they need to then kind of hand it in somewhere. I don't exactly. Yeah, I don't know exactly where the actual flag is scored, but basically they have solved the challenge. They just have to kind of go and hand it in, right? So that is going to be a flag coming up there for Zero Rocket Rex, the 5th flag. And this, from like a tiebreaker perspective, completely secures their first place. So now, if they get this flag, the only way for DiceGang to win is to defeat the boss.
So at this point, I don't think we've seen any major obstacles, or if we have, I've missed them completely. But yeah, Zero Rocket Rex with a pretty commanding lead. They're solidifying, and there it is, 1 star received, and
there
it's
they
counted.
have flag. There the flag scored. Great job for Zero Rocket Rex. So they have solved all the challenges. The literally only thing they have left to do now is to solve the boss. And then the question is now, will this pay off, or have they just given DiceGang the window of opportunity to catch up and beat them?
They already had a decent star lead going into this. This solidifies it both on the time aspect, it solidifies it on the star aspect. Again, multiple people working multiple problems, so it could be the case that there's good solutions for Zero Rocket Rex. DiceGang still, it's their only option at this point. It's the only thing they can do is to spend the rest of the time on this boss and just hope and work the problem to win.
Yeah.
You know?
And again, I'm trying to kind of you know, deduce what the progress of DiceGang is based on the output. I'm still not seeing as much like corruption, the updated owner and so on. So it's my gut feeling here is that Zero Rocket Rex still has a better understanding, or at least a better practical progress.
Yeah.
So we see, so you saw there maybe on Zero Rocket's screen that they were trying to access secret number 6, and the boss said that that's not your secret. So the owner was not set correctly, right?
So if they can get that owner value correctly, that seems like they'll be in good stead there.
Yep.
So we see both teams going back in now to the boss. Different approaches on both sides here.
Yep. And now we'll see Zero. They had in their terminal here. It's a little bit difficult to see they had a string of like repeated like domino, 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 and I think they're just double checking. They're entering it into this into the boss, and they are also inputting this string again, and we see this secret appearing, and no, the owner is still Snake Lady. They have their favorite drink, their biggest fear, and the magic spell.
So do we know which one is? I guess we don't really.
I mean, I would guess it's the magic spell. That's the secret, right?
Sounds like
yeah. So then maybe you're trying to steal that, or maybe I actually didn't see. Maybe that's the dialogue. So when you start talking to the boss, right, it asks for basically the solution, and then they say no, but here instead, how about you store some secrets of your own here, and then you can start messing with this system.
So I see domino, domino, domino again. Dice Gang, on the other hand, seem to be going down an index.
Yeah, still owner Snake Lady on all of those entries. So yeah, I'm not seeing the new progress there. I'm not sure I have seen the owner change at all in any of the Dice Gang attempts. So I
haven't either, but I could be missing.
Yeah, of course. It's we're really trying to keep track of the progress of both teams. But it's going to be interesting because at some point this is going to move very quickly, right? Once they kind of get that thing going.
Oh, no, owners was domino then for some on Dice Gang's side, but Snake Lady for, again, we're assuming it's magic spell. We don't actually know.
Yeah.
5 minutes left in gameplay at this point, so it's coming down to the wire completely.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we thought that when we had 17 minutes left, right, that surely they would defeat this boss, right?
It looks so close.
Yeah, and but these are tricky challenges, and these types of like memory corruption, binary exploitation challenges, sometimes, as a CTF player, you see the bug, like you see the concept fairly easily, like you see what it's about, but it's about the tiny details, about getting everything all lined up to like knock all the dominoes down, to get to
knock all the dominoes down.
Well, yeah,
farm upstate.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So again, we see another attempt from. Oh, now there's a lot of weird output. I think we've seen this before, right?
Yeah.
And the favorite drink is still owned by the Snake Lady.
Still Snake Lady. Magic spell. Still Snake Lady.
Yeah. Oh, but there on the Dice Gang side, we see Domino now on. We saw that. I think Domino was the owner of those. So now we definitely have progress from them as well. So now this is heating up quite a lot. So they could be getting there as well. This is going to be extremely tight.
It's coming down to the wire in both in terms of time and whether any team can solve it. Once again, to remind you that Dice Gang needs to beat this boss to win the game. It is their only option. If it comes to time, unfortunately, they will lose just based on the number of stars collected and when they've been collected.
Yep.
So they need a solve here. More than anything else.
Yeah.
At this point, you have to be 100% in on. Well, I mean, actually, points earlier, you had to be 100% in on the boss.
Do you believe that at this moment, Zero is experiencing the progress of time very slowly, and the Dice is experiencing the progress of time very quickly? Like,
yeah. I mean, and this would be interesting to hear from them, is that the tension that would be in both boxes right now, as they both know what is on the line. They both know it is down to a slot in the grand final. It's just time's going too fast for one. Time's going exactly what you said.
So now we're coming down to 2 minutes remaining, and this might go to Zero on the basis of more stars rather than the boss, right?
I'm genuinely shocked. At 15 minutes ago, there was no prediction that this would come down to time. I was sitting here thinking never.
Yes, and I do think we saw there on the Dice Gang side that there was like the owner domino, but they also had trashed other data. So similar.
We've seen that before as well.
With Zero Rocket Rex, right? So
that was on Dice Gang.
Right, exactly. So they have kind of caught up a little bit on that progress, but of course it's very difficult to tell when they're gonna like get that next step in the progression.
Time is ticking away with reckless vengeance here. against Dice Gang. We are down to 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in the match. There is not much in it at all.
Yeah, you can really, I would say, feel the tension, the stress here in the air.
Yeah.
We have quite a lot of people here in the room with us here in Malaga in Spain watching these finals. So thanks to everyone for being here and
Absolutely.
enjoying these fantastic speed hacking competition with us.
And thank you for joining us online as well as we head into the final minute of gameplay. I cannot believe we're at this point here. I think my heart rate is just like spiking right now.
Right, so 1 minute from now, if we don't see a boss solved, we will have a Zero Rocket Rex as the winner of the second semifinals, and we will be going to the grand finals of Hackceler8 2024.
But it is still all to play for. All it takes is one solve on this boss from Dice Gang, and they can absolutely steal that victory out from under Zero Rocket Rex. 40 seconds remaining now. This is beyond tight. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Right, and you see here again, there was still owner Snake Lady again on the Dice Gang side of things. And I think...
Still Snake Lady.
At this point, I don't think they're going to make it.
20 seconds remaining.
Like, do they even have enough time to input the solution if they get it?
This is going to be one of the last attempts that they will be able to do here. This has got to be the Hail Mary for Dice Gang. This has got to be the one that works. 7 seconds left in 6, 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's all over. And there you go. Zero Rocket Rex wins semi-final number 2 on score.
Yeah. Wow.
That is absolutely amazing. Zero Rocket Rex going all in on all challenges, wins on score.
Yep.
What are your thoughts?
No, I mean, wow. As I said before, like when they were looking at the boss, they had just under 20 minutes remaining. They quickly got pretty good progress. They saw what was going on. I was thinking like, surely we have a solve within a couple of minutes. But yeah, no, sometimes, you go, make some small mistakes and this just costs you time, which is, of course, really sad. I think this one could really have been anyone's victory, but now it happens to be Zero Rocket Rex.
So for that one, it's amazing. Zero Rocket Rex wins it on points at the end of the day here, and we're now going to get a quick interview with Zero Rocket Rex, the winning team for semi-final 2.
So congratulations for winning the second semifinal. How do you feel?
We feel really good. We had some obstacles, namely the poison. I think they should have made it stronger, but we did really well.
Awesome. Anything you want to highlight that you really liked?
We had fun during the boss. That's all I can say.
Yeah, the chest challenge was also really fun, I think.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And there you have it, Zero Rocket Rex. Surprisingly calm. I don't think I am.
But maybe like just kind of so stressed that it wraps around and you're just like,
yeah, reach this zen-like state. Meanwhile, Dice Gang, not to be discounted, a absolutely sterling effort from start to finish from Dice Gang. I believe we've got V in the box with Dice Gang. Over to V.
All right, I am in the booth with Dice Gang. That was a close match. You were focused a lot on the boss. How was that?
Yeah, that was tricky. I don't know, we had some difficulties in the beginning, and then we screwed up the logic puzzle a few times. Yeah, I feel like we could have beaten the boss if we had like 10 more minutes or something.
Tell me a little bit more about the logic puzzle. You were focused on that. That's the mimic boxes, right?
Yeah, that was the boxes. So we had a solver for that, but then we interpreted what adjacent meant differently than what the server thought adjacent meant. But we figured that out in the end.
All right. Well, do you have any final words as a Dice Gang?
I mean, yeah, it was fun coming here. We had a good time. It was cool to see everybody. So hopefully we'll be back next year.
All right. Thank you so much, Dice Gang.
Dice Gang, unfortunately, they're not going through to the finals. Their 5th Hackceler8 at the end of the day. Wonderful, wonderful match.
Yeah, it's really cool to see, and yeah, as they said, I mean, I also really hope we see them back next year as well. They are a great team. I'm sure they can manage to qualify.
I'd put my money on it. So going through to the finals at this point is Kijitora and Zero Rocket Rex. Those grand finals, we're going to shift those to, it will be 18:30 Central European Summertime. Obviously, we had some slight technical issues, and we want to give teams as much as they can. So that'll be Kijitora and Zero Rocket Rex in the finals. Zeta, any final thoughts leading into the grand finals? Two great teams, wonderful matches from my point of view. What about you?
No, I mean, we've seen some great semifinals. There was the very action-packed first one that, you know, had a lot of solves right off the bat. We had the second one, some small technical difficulties, but then the solves started coming, and you know, I was really stressed out.
I
About
was
the boss
too.
situation, right?
I was absolutely.
So I mean, I'm really happy that I'm going to be able to just enjoy the finals from the spectator side, and yeah, it's going to be a great time.
It really will be. So come back and join us at 18:30 Central European Summertime for the grand finals of Hackceler8 2024, live from Malaga in Spain. Thank you for joining us for the semi-finals. Come back for the grand finals. Thank you very much. Welcome everybody back to Hackceler8 2024 here in Spain, in beautiful Malaga. My name is Paul Dev, and this time I am joined by my returning commentator. It is V.
Hi, it's good to be back, Paul. I'm super happy to be here in Spain.
It has been a wonderful set of semi-finals. It has been a wonderful weekend of accelerating all around the place. You've been here for most of it. What's been your highlight so far?
Oh gosh, I will never find an answer that is satisfiable for me because I have so many different favorite things happening. Number one was in the first 2 days watching all of the teams solve some of my challenges, solve the game and enjoy the bosses, looking at their tooling, of course, and then I think in most recent times seeing Kijitora and Zero Rocket Rex claiming their victories in the semifinals.
And a beautiful lead in to the fact that that is where we're at here in the grand finals. As you can see, we've got both teams that are in there working the problems already. Zero Rocket Rex, Kijitora, they advanced from the semi-finals earlier today. Two great matches. You were sitting watching, you were there for the interviews as well. You know, Cameroonian and Dice Gang, strong contenders at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, like again, like the teams that have qualified for Hackceler8 in the first place, they're among the best of the best in the CTF community. So Dice Gang and Cameroonian, you know, no team to sneeze at. They've got incredibly strong tooling, incredible techniques, really talented people behind both teams. So congrats to the both of them as well. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing stuff from all the teams and all the teams that have been playing. And there's so many to list. There's Capitsad, Dragon Sector. I'm forgetting so many at this point. Help me out.
Maple Mallard Magistrates.
Oh no!
Maple Mallard Magistrates.
Of all the one to forget, that's yeah. Okay, I'll
just off the top of my head.
I won't look at you anymore.
No, it's okay.
So let's. But, you know, we're here now, we're at the grand final, and we want to learn a bit more about our teams. Kijitora, let's have a brief introduction to Kijitora from Jean.
Yes, Kijitora played an amazing first few days, went straight to the finals after winning on Friday to the semifinals, and played a very strong semifinals. And here's a small video about them introducing themselves.
Hello, I am Krenech and a CTF VTuber. I am one of the members of Team Kijitora. Kijitora is a combined team of Japanese CTF players that was formed for the Google CTF. This will be our second time participating in Hackceler8 from 2 years ago. With the 4 members attending the event, 3 are from Tsukuba University, the other member is a security engineer. While Kijitora's history is relatively short, what about Kijitora itself? Kijitora is a Japanese term for brown tabby. The Kijitora pattern is considered the original pattern of all domestic cats. Therefore, we can say that the history of Kijitora is incredibly long. Hackceler8 is an event I'm really looking forward to, having done speedruns in the past. Please support Team Kijitora. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Thank you very much for that beautiful introduction. There's not much to add after this very self-explanatory video. Back to you, Paul. And
It's a fantastic video. I mean, the use of a VTuber here, I love every second of that.
My fun fact about Kijitora is that back in 2022, I actually met them at a different event. So it's very surreal and really cool to see them return in 2024 for Hackceler8. Yeah, so exactly, yeah.
Look, strong team, obviously, they're in the grand finals, but it is not without saying that they're up against some stiff competition in Zero Rocket Rex. Let's go now to Zeta2, who's going to tell us a little bit about Zero Rocket Rex.
Stage, we have Zero Rocket Rex. They did not go here directly from the Friday, but had to fight their way through the last chance playoff yesterday. And here they are in the finals. And yeah, let's see a little presentation about them.
Hi. We are Team Zero Rocket Rex, an alliance between the CTF teams Zero Tolerance, Red Rocket and Rectaline. For this year's finals, we have 2 members from Germany, 1 from the Netherlands and 1 from Romania, but we have teammates from all around the globe. Many of us have participated in past editions of Hackceler8, so we kinda know what to expect. We really enjoy this format because it combines the problem solving of CTFs with the decision-making of gaming and speedrunning, which is quite unique. We are ready for Hackceler8 2024.
Lovely presentation. I think it's really cool to see these three teams coming together. Something we do see occasionally when we have these like very prestigious, very sought after competitions that all the teams want to be part of, so they band together to increase their chances. Sometimes a little bit of a controversial move according to some community members, but we'll see what they can do against Kiritora. So back to you, Paul and Jen.
Strong teams in both instances there. Any prediction that you want to make going into this one?
Paul.
I was going to put you on the spot.
Okay. So here's the thing. I have seen both of these teams over the span.
Played against both of these teams.
I may have played against both of these teams. In the past couple of days, I've seen how strong and sophisticated their tooling is, how fast their reaction times are, how quickly they've solved these challenges. And, I'm going to take the safe answer here and say it's really hard to tell.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. At this point, I think let's take a reminder and a brief trip to take a look at the world that they are actually, traversing throughout the games. Which is good because I believe you had a big strong hand in this one. Let's take a look at our first level. It's our water world, it's our ocean level.
Yeah, of course, because everyone loves a water level in a video game.
If you read online, that's exactly what they're going for most of the time.
Exactly.
The water world is the winner, and slow physics, all that fun stuff.
I think when players make speedruns, they're denying themselves their enjoyment of slower physics, which is why we've implemented the water level here, so they can enjoy that.
It's appropriate we're doing it here at the University of Malaga, for slower physics and this kind of thing. There's probably a physics department around here somewhere that it was like the worst connection that I've ever made. Moving swiftly on from that one, we've got our beach level. This one, sunny, sandy, beautiful.
Yeah, so a nice thing that we as the team decided to do when we were creating the designs of these levels was to showcase and be inspired by some of the landscape of Málaga, Spain. It's a beautiful city. It's in the Mediterranean, really lovely weather, and of course, beautiful beaches. So we're hoping to bring some of that beauty here in that level that you can see. It's a bit of a platformer, we agree, but nonetheless, I think it's a lovely, lovely level.
We saw that one earlier as the, farming simulator from John.
Yes,
he really liked that one.
Yeah, because what's better, a platformer and a Farmville?
No comment. From there, we go swiftly along to the clouds. This level, we've seen quite a bit already. Hopefully some new stuff that we might see in this time.
One of my favorite aspects of designing the cloud level was forcing players to be very precise with their platforming. So obviously people who like platformers are going to enjoy this, and I'm sure almost 99% of everyone else won't. There's a lot of pixel perfect jumps you'll have to make here, and very annoying enemies that you will need to avoid. But regardless, the cloud level has probably my favorite design. It's just very simplistic, but very cute, and that's why I love it. It's my favorite.
It's your favorite? I'm aware I'm ready this time. I sense a theme emerging. From that, we move swiftly along into the ruins. This level, we've seen quite a lot. We've seen a lot of teams actually strip out a lot of the art assets from this one.
Oh, it's just a shame.
I know. It's and we've had difficulty like seeing it a lot of the time. Here you can see it looks wonderful.
We've had a lot of talented people working on these levels, and I think something that should never be understated is the insane detail that it went to creating some of those enemies. So we have golems and we have these goblins with these big cleavers. Incredible. Like this really improves the aesthetics of the ruins, which kind of gives off this really interesting dank cave vibe, I guess. But yeah, it's my favorite level.
It's your favorite level.
It is my favorite level.
I'm aware and still unprepared for this. The final level, after you've gone through the ruins, you've got to make your way swiftly, as you do in life, to an arcade. I mean, it seems logical and straightforward.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any questions here, right?
Sometimes I fall into a bottomless pit when I try to go to my local arcade.
Yeah, and then you find yourself in an arcade. And
Exactly.
This is where you want to be.
Yeah.
I love the old aesthetic for this one. Very retro chic.
Yeah. So we've implemented a few classic arcade-style games. Snake. We've had ping pong and a few other ones. Or sorry, I guess Pong. In this one, you can see that there's a snake game, but it doesn't look so quite right.
we've seen a lot of asset swaps there, but it hasn't been the case of I don't think we've seen a challenge there just yet in the previous 2 semi-finals. These challenges have been there, but it's probably worth now to take a quick look at some of the challenges as we've done already.
Sure.
So we've got one here that we are calling hard level. Self-explanatory?
Yes, I mean, if you think a level is hard,
it's hard.
It's hard.
Yeah, difficult, tough to beat.
We've made sure to employ certain levels at a certain difficulty in the base game, and I think for this year we've decided to manage expectations by simply making them harder.
It's a simple scaling up of the difficulty, and this is perfect expectations management at the end of the day.
Exactly, and players will find out how exactly hard it is.
We saw last match that there was a lot of indeed difficult things for them to do. We go from something that is pretty kind of self-explanatory to something that I'm going to need your help here for, Piet.
Okay, so
this is your hard level.
This is my hard level to explain. So this is a challenge which I'm sure if returning players from last year might recognize a maze-like structure here. But the difference here is that Domino, the main character, you'll see her neon catting, or as I like to call it, or just painting a mural. What she's actually doing is she's coding, which is writing a program in the programming language Piet, which is an esoteric coding language. So every pixel, every colored pixel represents some structure of code. And essentially what you can do is you can code a program by making a mural, and if that program is correct, you should be able to navigate through mazes, solve other obstacles or things like that easily. I mean,
very cool.
Hopefully easily.
I really hope to see this one. This one I've known has been here for quite a while. Look, I can't have you on stage without talking about characters. Domino. Domino is as our protagonist. Your characters.
My characters?
Your characters.
Hackceler8's characters.
Hackceler8's characters, okay. Tell us about Domino. How did she come to be? She's our protagonist this year.
So fun fact, Domino is the same dog from last year. So the dog was an NPC from last year that served no purpose. So if you interacted with the dog as Mew, from the character from last year, she wouldn't do anything. So now she stepped up. She wants to be a hero. And her favorite thing about herself is that her full name is Domino Orion Ginger.
Oh, wow.
Dog for short.
Of course. I should have seen that coming. From that, we've got our boss character. We've seen once in semi-final 1, El Rey del Fuego. This character, interesting aesthetic. Huge sword.
I had a vision of wanting to implement some sort of boss with a really large sword, and I think the rest of the design simply followed after in a frenetic dream.
Wow, it's amazing stuff at the end of the day. I love
you.
all of these characters. Finally, we'll take a look at the other boss that if you tuned into semi-final 2, you would have seen a lot of. La Vibora. I'm butchering it every step of the way. I'm so sorry. This character is amazing.
She's probably my favorite character to design. She has just a very classical Medusa-style snake design, and she serves as the dialogue boss for levels.
It's amazing characters. Look, if you're like us at this point, you're seeing all of these characters, you're seeing all of the challenges happen so far today. How can people at home get involved? What have they got to do? I've heard things about Hextree at this point.
I'm so glad
this
you
is
asked.
something they can look into.
Yeah, so if you wanted to grow your cybersecurity skills and you want to be, on the same stage as these teams here for Hackceler8, Hextree is a great way to start. It's a wonderful way to educate yourself on different aspects of cybersecurity.
And I believe we've got another one, Pwn College,
Yes.
similar.
Every CTFer's quintessential binary exploitation learning service. Pwn College is created by like-minded CTFers themselves, so we have a huge recommendation for Pwn College as well.
It's amazing stuff. The teams are getting ready here to go into their booth. Well, they've been in their booths, but we're getting ready to set the match live. Final quick question: have you changed your mind? Who do you think's going to win?
So I think we should get started with.
So still no answer there whatsoever. That's fine.
I'll leave it to chance.
Look, I'm dodging the question, to be perfectly honest. At the end of the day, I'm just avoiding it. So the beauty of asking.
I think one of these teams will win.
So we're getting ready. The stage is set here for the grand final at Hackceler8 2024. We're about to get the game underway. So let's get a 10-second countdown on the clock and let's get going.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we are off and running in the grand final. 45 minutes of game time for both teams early on here.
It looks as if Zero Rocket Rex has already solved a challenge, which looks like the cloud level. So it's quite normal for teams to have tooling that banks ticks to essentially auto-solve a challenge immediately. And in this case, solving a challenge means rescuing a duck, Quackington.
Wow. So we've just seen a massive screen jump there from them. So confident for the early solve here.
I do appreciate how Zero Rocket Rex did a quick little crouch just to wait.
Just to wait this one out.
Yeah.
So for this challenge here, oh wow, okay.
Oh, okay. So you might notice in the obstacles here.
There it is.
There it is already. Wow, that's fast.
That's fast.
So you may notice that there's these tiny little squares where it doesn't look like there's any platform, but those actually do serve as invisible platforms in a sense. So what happens is that whenever Domino jumps, the logic of the game is going to look for some sort of obstacle like below her to just to make sure that if she can jump again. That's also how the game dictates if she's still in a jump cycle. So the thing is that because those are invisible, she can use those to, I guess, double jump as a sense. It's very, very interesting.
That's an interesting mechanic there. So just catching up on it, Zero Rocket Rex, 1 flag already. Kijitora, no flags so far. They seem to be working their way through. They're in a ruins level here.
They are, yes.
Anything that you can immediately spot here?
Both Zero Rocket Rex and Kijitora are in the ruins level, and it seems like Kijitora has just claimed a solve there. They've saved an NPC.
And there it is.
Perfect. So we can see here that because even though they've saved the same amount of NPCs, Kijitora is currently, and just as I said that,
this is coming fast.
Just as I said that, Zero Rocket Rex has also saved the same boss, so now they're currently in the lead. But let's see, because Kijitora is currently in the. Is this the farming sim?
It looks like the farming sim to me.
Oh boy.
So that could be interesting. We'll see if we get a little pop-up soon.
Yes. Actually, it's quite interesting. They're both in the same level, and they've been solving the same challenges for the most part.
At this point, however, there's a bit of a score difference here.
Yes.
You know, Zero Rocket Rex 2 versus Kijitora's 1. So there's a slight advantage there for Zero Rocket Rex, but we've seen how that's played out.
Exactly, and never discount that if you beat the boss first, you will win.
That's all it can come down to.
Exactly.
You know, it got so close in the last match, but it's all to play for now.
I see Kijitora. They're approaching the AI rabbit, which was the villain from last year and is a character to save this year. He was my anyway. And that's it. Yeah, Kijitora just got. So now they have the same amount of points. Both Zero Rocket Rex and Kijitora have 3 points total. However, because Zero Rocket Rex had 3 points earlier, they're currently in the lead.
In the timing
Exactly.
basis, this is somewhat unlikely.
Yeah.
But I don't want to say that because that came back last time.
That did, and we see Zero Rocket Rex restarting the level to save the villain, and we see Kijitora already on a different level to save a different. They might be saving, I think, Quackington. I can't.
I think Quackington's in Cloud.
Yeah, there's too many things in the overlays that I can't really tell.
There's Quackington.
Okay, yeah. So it looks like they got Quackington in there, and
Kijitora now. It's that bouncing above Quackington.
Just playing a little bit of a trampoline.
Is there? It looks like so. Their tooling has. Wow. Okay. Their tooling as they pass through. Very good.
And.
Thanks for freeing me.
And now that must mean that in a second, I guess we'll get that
yeah, there
update.
It is.
There we go.
Confirmation 3-2. Kijitora takes the lead.
Kijitora takes the lead. Okay, so I'm assuming they're going to be. I think they have 4 or 5. That should be. If they have 5, that should be enough to get to the boss now. So I don't know what their line of thinking is.
So once we've got the gold bar around their score counter there, that's the buffer they need to go to the boss.
No, that just showcases that they're in the lead.
Okay,
yes.
sorry.
No, it's okay. Oh, they have 4 stars. So they'll need to save 1 more NPC to receive enough stars to unlock the boss gate. I believe, I'm not sure what Zero Rocket Rex, I think maybe they're solving something about the level off screen, but it looks like Kijitora is debating about whether to solve one NPC over the other. It's certainly easier to solve one over the other.
and so that's the thing here is that the stars are representative of each difficulty of the challenge.
Exactly, yeah. So if you can think of saving an NPC as a challenge, the amount of stars you collect from saving a specific NPC represents how hard that challenge is. So we can see if people were to observe the bars to, I think, well, it's to my right. I don't know if it's the right for everyone else. Saving Jesse James, which is one of my the snake characters, that bar looks bigger than Quackington, for example, and that's because the Quackington challenge is easier than the Jesse James challenge.
One day I think I'm just going to find you say like, oh, the character's all right, you know. But
I don't want to be put on trial like that.
well, you know, I understand. I understand. Love for the creations.
It's a love for the creations.
Yeah.
And yeah. I will admit that fleshing out Domino's character has been a really fun highlight of developing for Hackceler8. It's always a blessing to help with Hackceler8.
These are really cool characters. I like that for this year that they're collecting, you know, each character as the flag themselves ahead here. Both teams now seemingly things are happening, but things are slow.
Yeah, I think maybe Zeta2 or Kelly mentioned it in the last stream that there's obviously other players who are solving things in parallel, and you know they may be discussing some of the solutions that they found, and all they have to do is just apply that solution to the game that is currently on screen at the moment. But this could unfortunately mean just a lot of sitting while we look at the teams focused.
You can see both teams in the bottom third of your screen there, you know, locked into their soundproof boxes. They're focused on the challenges ahead of them. A little over 7 minutes now has passed, so very early on in the game. You know, a lead here from Kijitora, but Zero Rocket Rex not too far behind, so still everything to play for very early on in the piece. I've learnt my lesson about how long and how short these games can go in the last semi-final.
It's good to hold no expectation over how long some of these games can be.
You know, that was a wonderful lesson I learnt you know, not too long ago. So then we see some movement here on Zero Rocket Rex's side of the screen. Maybe they've got something going on. You can see Kijitora as well. They're pulling things out of their Discord server. This is where they're sharing a lot of different information with one another. You know, eagle-eyed viewers might notice that there's actually more people in the Discord servers or around the place than there are in the booth. And I believe this is perfectly okay.
Yeah. So we do allow for remote players to contribute for teams. Naturally, there's a lot of teams that are bigger than just 4 teammates, which is the people that you would see in the booths right now. But as long as they're playing remotely, there should be no issue.
It's sort of interesting. It turns into a bit of an organizational question at that point. Of course, all flags have to be delivered through the in-booth gaming laptop. There is one laptop in there that they have to play all flags.
Yes, and that kind of adds an interesting level to the meta, as sometimes, you know, there could be multiple people in the team solving a specific challenge or multiple different challenges, and then there is a little bit of discussion about which one is easier to solve and easier to put into the game laptop to be able to get that challenge in. So currently there's not too much of an update for either Zero Rocket Rex or Kijitora. It seems like they're still in a little bit of discussion or maybe solving something off screen. I guess we can take a little bit of this off time to discuss some of the characters, some of the lore.
Some of the lore. And luckily I've got a lore expert sitting right next to me.
Thank you. Where are they?
Oh, okay.
So, eagle-eyed viewers, actually, if you were to take a look at Kijitora's screen, if people recall from last year, there was a level in last year called the arcade level. It was a very simplistic level. That is the same level.
Oh,
yeah. So it was a full-fledged.
Actually, it felt very familiar before when I saw the no clipping challenge.
Exactly. So. The idea here is that this level, or what it once was a level, is now the main hub for the game for Hackceler8 2024. So it was a way to get flags from last year, and now it is, I guess, the central area for this year. And again, if eagle-eyed viewers would take a look, it is slightly different. Slightly, I mean, besides the obvious.
Slightly different.
Yeah, so the tiles, like the neon signs, the the patterns on the walls, they're a little bit more dilapidated to showcase the passage of time.
I see.
Yeah.
So, it's been 1 year.
It's very interesting. So you just pull it. I just pulled the tile set up, and they just aged naturally.
Yeah, you went into the file.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems legit.
It seems totally legitimate.
Yeah. Wonderful artwork as always across all levels here. It's hard to understate how much effort goes into making this game.
Oh yeah, no.
Firsthand.
I will say, like, just a quick shout out to all of the talented people who helped make this game a vision. There was a lot of work put into the game engine, into the challenges, into the infrastructure, the graphics, and all of that. And I don't think Hackceler8 would be at the level it was today without these key people. So big shout out to them. Yeah.
There's so many people working behind the scenes. It takes an army at the end of the day. A little over 10 minutes have passed in the game at this point, and just for a score update of sorts, Kijitora still 3 flag captures to 0 Rocket Rex. Zero Rocket Rex is 2. You'll notice that the stars are a bit different there. This is due to the weighting of each flag. So, but 4-3, not much in it.
I wonder what that little timer is on Kijitora's screen.
It seems to be something for Kijitora. It's tracking something down at the bottom of the level.
Oh, I think it might be an XYZ coordinate.
Right.
Yeah. Hard to tell. I'm making assumptions here. I don't actually know how their tooling works. This is kind of fun, trying to decipher what each team's tooling actually does. What the overlays are.
This is always the hardest part for me, at the very least, is like you're just fronted with so many different pieces of tooling. Zero Rocket Rex obviously has a lot of overlays here, that they've laden over the game client. So as Zeta mentioned before, is that they get the game client well in advance of the tournament itself.
Yes, exactly. So the game client, it's typically packaged to the players well in advance before the server opens, or the opportunity to earn flags opens. And this gives players the ability to actually look for these bugs and figure out their solutions and whatnot. There's a lot of teams that have tooling with auto solvers and auto pathers and things like that. So all they have to do is just determine where to go, and then their tooling will lead Domino to the right location.
Oh, there you go. In classic style here, we haven't seen much in the last couple of minutes in terms of movement, but both teams now, we see movement within the game from Zero Rocket Rex. We've seen Kijitora pull some new code down, presumably from a team member here. So things could, both in the arcade level.
Looks like things have picked up.
Picking up.
We aren't sure where they're. Oh wait, no, Kijitora. It looks like they're heading to the arcade. All right, nope, never mind.
Nope, passed over, jumped over.
I was just kidding.
And no, that's looking good for Zero Rocket Rex. They've gone in. I get to see it finally.
Oh, okay, the Tetris. This is a very interesting arcade. So this is Tetris. It is a very classic game, a classic arcade game, but of course, as is the whole idea of Hackceler8, there's a twist. There's a little bit of a twist, and
unfortunately.
There's a little miss of a. That's okay. I'm not upset about that.
It's not looking good.
Oh dear. Okay. Well,
maybe this is the twist.
Maybe the twist is you're not supposed to get the lines even.
Yeah, that's how I play Tetris most of the time anyway.
Oh my God.
And if anyone at home is watching, that's how I play Tetris, and I play it very well.
Yes. So the interesting thing about Tetris is it's Tetris, but of course for hackers. This is technically unsolvable. So you can see that the bottom is slowly increasing, and eventually it's going to reach a point where you can no longer add blocks and you're going to lose. But there is a way to mitigate that, or I guess bypass that, and it's through some interesting quirks known as remote code execution. And just as I say that, let's take a look at Kijitora, because they're attempting the Piet challenge.
The Piet challenge.
Okay, so this is Domino pretending to be Nyancat. Now, a lovely thing about this maze here, it's the entrances has a doorman.
This doorman looks very familiar.
Yes, their name is Piquaxo.
Piquaxo.
Moving swiftly on.
Thank you. That just fused many synapses in my brain. I had to know where to go.
So Domino, as we can see, is currently creating a very beautiful mural with different kinds of colors. And like I said before, these colors are actually representative of code. So this mural is basically going to be compiled into code. That is the nature of Piet, and then that code should be used to solve the maze to the right of them. But if people were to take a close look, there's actually holes in the maze. So you don't actually have to solve the whole maze.
Oh, wow, there you go.
Yeah. So it's a very interesting little thing to observe. Yeah.
The code that's written here ultimately is the maze solver itself, or is this something that like is a pathfinder through the maze?
I think it might be a maze solver, although it's hard to say without asking Kijitora themselves. But while they're making what looks like the kind of art that I would make in MS Paint,
I mean quality pixel art. Not quality pixel art.
Oh yeah.
Hey, come on! You can't say that. You've done all of the characters.
I've done the characters.
Yeah.
Do you remember
this false modesty?
This?
I'm not buying.
Okay. So I'm actually kind of interested to see what the final Piet mural will look like. So right now it kind of just looks like a bunch of incomprehensible colors, but it is very interesting to see how Domino builds this. So.
I think we're getting near the end here. They had
I think
bounding
so
box
as well.
over the entire the entire grid just before.
Yes, exactly. And I think something to note is that Piet, it's certainly one of the harder challenges, one of the more tedious ones, because it does require a lot of thinking about the cross compilation of Piet into this maze solver. Oh wow, that's really cool. Yeah, to see their. Okay, let's see. So Domino is now moving down, and if the Piet program compiled correctly, then they should. Oh, okay, yeah. So maybe there we go.
Bypassed it.
Yeah. So these are the holes in the maze.
Very nice.
And
you can see that their tooling has it as. Oh, I like how Domino starts walking when he's flying.
Oh, okay. So something to note is that if you make a wrong turn in the maze, you may encounter an insta-death situation or spiky walls.
There we go. This is looking good. The stars.
Oh my gosh!
And the capture.
Yeah. So that was a very quite the shortcut to solve a maze, but nonetheless, it was a maze that they were able to solve. And this means that Kijitora has now unlocked the boss. So there is something very interesting about this boss, and also the level that the boss is in. So something that's quite interesting, and I'm sure people who have seen the streams from the last two semifinals would observe, the levels for the boss are ever-changing. They're actually cycling.
Yes, I've seen this.
Yeah. So they cycle between the different levels that are available in the game. So the arcade, like the hub, the arcade. Yeah, the kind of retro classic style, the beach level, the ocean level, and that's kind of like just a nice like sort of way to tie everything together. Yes.
So this is something we have done. This is something the game is doing, as opposed to I was speculating there was corruption on their part.
Oh no.
Palette swaps.
It was fully intentional.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Okay.
Yeah. It's like super cool. So we can see that Kijitora is currently fighting the boss. This is El Rey del Fuego, the fighting boss, with a big sword. I think the sword is bigger than them. Or I'm not so sure. It's definitely bigger than Domino.
I mean, Final Fantasy fans will be okay with that.
So there's something quite interesting about this boss. If the player takes a little too long to solve it, the boss may or may not enter a second phase.
Oh, classic two-phase boss fight.
Classic two-phase boss fight. It's kind of silly because I think Kijitora has tooling that slows down the speed of the game, so it does look a little funny to see Domino run away very slowly.
Given the health bar at the top, this might be a pretty long fight.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, this boss is no stranger to the kinds of heroes that Hackceler8 allows, so they have a lot of health to accommodate for that. But you can see that they have teleporting capabilities, and they also can run around and
got nice hitboxes there as well,
just
and strike boxes.
Swiping down with their giant sword, as well as firing projectiles that Domino has to avoid. So. Yeah, this is my favorite reskin of the boss level. It's like the kind of the glitchy old arcade
So what's
level.
the purpose of the reskinning the levels? Is that just...
It was a little bit of a callback to kind of tie all of the levels together, to kind of showcase that in the lore of the game, El Rey del Fuego and La Víbora, the dialogue boss from previous streams, have essentially completely taken over the lands of Hackceler8. There's a reason why they had to rescue the NPCs in the first place, which, begs the question, where's Mew in all of this?
Still yet to make an appearance, at least in the semifinals and the finals.
Well, this boss will probably know where Mew went.
Ooh,
I think so, yeah.
This is tantalizing foreshadowing here. I'm here with bated breath about the appearance of Mew. So it's looking kind of good for Kijitora.
For Kijitora, yes.
A little over halfway on the health.
Exactly, yeah. So these are the projectiles. Now, if players were to try and dodge away from the projectiles, that does mean that they may have to move and avoid hitting the boss themselves,
right.
Which obviously, is an interesting trade-off. You can also observe that the bosses, as the boss, deals a ton of damage.
Yeah, they're down to 40 health on their bar, so it's not a lot of wiggle room.
Okay. So the boss has turned blue.
What could that possibly... Oh, he is kicking away the projectiles.
The boss is now impossible to defeat in this phase.
Wow.
This is the twist.
That's the second form.
This is the second form. So players will have to hurry and defeat the boss in their first form, because if the boss enters the second form, they are unbeatable.
So this is the classic just get good and don't get it to the second form.
I mean, I wasn't going to say it, but...
Well, I'm not saying I am, but I'm not.
All right, so we're noticing on the other side, Zero Rocket Rex. Let's take a look back at them. So we noticed that Domino. It was for a brief moment, but we noticed that Domino was zipping through the level. So it looks like they're going to go for the Piet boss as well. That's where they're heading. So we can see them jumping around there, and then let's see how they solve the Piet challenge. So it's a similar premise as to when Kijitora solved it. Notice that they are
going right to the top.
Yeah, that's to get a pencil in order to draw.
Well, of course. I mean, it seems so obvious in hindsight.
So let's see. They might make a very beautiful painting here. We can still see Kijitora working on the boss for their part. I think
no major movement over there at the moment.
Yeah. So let's.
This is a different approach to the Piet drawing here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, because we noticed that when Kijitora was doing the Piet challenge, it was a very structured, more contained painting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and with Zero Rocket Rex, they're kind of they're painting abstractly, which is art.
It's art. I mean, but both are art.
Both are art.
Yeah,
of course.
Different types, different kinds. But it's certainly not as symmetrical or uniform as Kijitora was. Zero Rocket Rex having another go, kind of final boss there, but backed out.
It's hard to decipher how the Piet mural is interpreted. I do believe that maybe what Zero Rocket Rex is trying to do is implement if-else branches. That's kind of why
really?
it looks like that, although again, I can't say for sure. But
I'm just impressed you can look at that and see if-else branches around the place.
Oh, I'm an artist.
I stand corrected.
I presume that they're going to make a spiral. I think that's like a relatively accessible way of creating a Piet program. Although again, hard to say.
So we are coming up now very shortly to the 15-minute mark of the match. 20 minutes remaining. Well, 21 minutes at the moment.
Yes.
A quick score recap is Zero Rocket Rex has 2 flag captures for 3 stars. Meanwhile, Kijitora rocking it out with 4 flag captures, and they are in at the final boss. So entering into a very interesting stage of the match where it's getting close and tight.
Okay, so we see that. I was about to say we see that Zero Rocket Rex has successfully made a Piet challenge, and we'll see if that actually solves the maze. Once again,
10 health lost.
So if people notice when they hit that edge of that wall, you can see spikes that came out, and then, like that one as well.
Oh, that was a big hit.
That was rough. So I think that was an obstacle.
That was an obstacle. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a purchase obstacle.
Yes, yes. So I think what happened was rather unfortunately, someone has purchased an obstacle, and this obstacle are spikes that will emerge from walls. But naturally, if you see the spikes before, then you're going to avoid it. So that's why they only come out when you're nearby.
It did the job. It's looking pretty good. We haven't got confirmation of the capture, but it's all the right things.
There we go.
Right there.
Yes. Awesome. So Zero Rocket Rex has successfully saved Hasher, the raccoon with the NBA.
Yes.
But unfortunately, I think Kijitora is still in the lead. So we can take a look at them for a little bit. They're currently still trying to fight the boss, and I can imagine that perhaps they have, because I saw earlier that they were providing the boss files to their remote players. So I can imagine that they're trying to decipher what the boss does, and maybe they have potentially found out the...
It's gone down below 50%.
Yes.
Looks to be the transformation taking place.
Oh, okay.
And then we've skipped back here.
Yeah.
Replay.
So the boss is still like red and fury, so that does look like the boss has not yet changed their phase. We can take a look at, oh my gosh, okay, so we
are into the final boss as well now.
Sorry, Zero Rocket Rex. But
Zero Rocket.
Yeah, unfortunately, they did hit the second phase, so they weren't able to defeat it in time. And yes, that means that they can't defeat this boss at present. Okay, so they're currently in the first phase, and then eventually they will turn into the second phase. Oh yeah, there it is.
There's a hit.
I think. Or no, we'll see.
No, it seems to be occurring around the 50%.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm just mistaken about because they have multiple overlays in their game, but we'll see. So yeah, it's quite interesting.
Taking just every hit that you could, bodying the boss, taking sword damage.
Yeah, that was quite the hit.
Yeah.
But thankfully, they're going to retry again, and we'll see how they fare this time. So both teams are now currently trying to fight the boss. Hopefully, we'll defeat them before the second phase occurs. Now, I can actually take a look at Kijitora at the moment. Kijitora here, they have slowed down the boss, and this is actually quite interesting. And the reason why is because players may notice when they slow down the boss how slow the boss's projectiles are. They don't move that fast.
No, not really. Not at all.
Exactly. So maybe there's something interesting about that. So on the other side for Zero Rocket Rex, we can also see a similar premise here.
Phase 2, taking hits from all the projectiles.
Yeah. Okay.
Re-entering.
They might have to restart unless. Yeah, they're gonna have to restart. It looks like if the boss has emerged into phase 2. All right.
So it seems both teams are still trying to work out a valid strategy here to deal with the final boss, taking a lot of hits, both one death, and it's I think a restart.
Oh yeah, quick slices of that cleaver. I don't think that's going to do the dog a lot of good.
It's just duck and move, right?
I've been told that the leading cause of accidents with knives is because of dogs running around.
With my own dog at home, I can definitely see how that's the case. It's always under my feet. Hi, Otto. I love you.
All right. Oh, yeah. So we could see that very briefly. Domino's own obstacles were deflected, and that was when the boss emerged into phase 2. This is really. Oh, yeah. If they're too close to the boss will use melee strikes far too fast for them to avoid. So they're going to really have to keep their distance to make sure that they survive. Because I think one swipe of the sword is like 20 hit points.
Yeah, so there's not much in that. Okay, it doesn't seem to be contact damage.
Yeah.
Nice, I guess.
Yeah, and
that's second phase.
And now they're in the second phase.
What do you do here?
Cry.
Cry. Yeah.
Cry, pray.
Go quit and go play Tetris.
Yeah, go quit and go play Tetris.
Which is good because they've finished Tetris.
So I think we're at the stage. We were roughly almost about 15 minutes left. We're at the stage where I think both teams have to make a bit of a game theory decision. So like we said before. The team that beats the boss first wins. However, if neither team beats the boss, then it's teams who have saved the most NPCs or had the most stars will win. And of course, if the stars are equal, then it's time, right? Who got the stars first?
Very interesting.
Yes.
On Kijitora's side. I believe they've got him to less than 50%.
That was so close. Yeah.
That was
so
they seem
close.
to be edging ever closer here.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, maybe Kijitora is slowly, seeing a strategy here. I haven't really been paying attention to their screen. Yeah, no, this is super interesting. So presently, Kijitora is in the lead with the amount of NPCs that they've solved, and of course, if they win the boss, then it's set. But if Zero Rocket Rex wins the boss, then they're set. But Phase 2 has put a wrench in those plans.
I can certainly see that. Both teams struggling with Phase 2 of this boss.
Yeah.
I am absolutely reluctant to say that it's all to play for. As we saw in last match, yeah, it can easily come down to the number of flags collected.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is an interesting meta decision to think about. So
it really is.
Yeah. Do you as a team try your hardest to defeat the boss, because it is the hardest boss? It's the final round. Or do you try and optimize and solve as many challenges or save as many NPCs as possible, knowing full well that some of these NPCs also have very hard challenges to try and decipher?
It's also important to mention that neither team really has a great idea of where the other team is at in terms of score and count.
Yeah.
So they're blind to the decisions of how to optimize,
Yes.
the people that are in the booth and the people that are working these challenges.
Exactly.
You're at a point where you have to just guess and make the best decision with the information you have available.
Exactly. It's quite interesting to see how these teams are making that decision. It's quite clear, they're trying to figure out the boss, the both of them, but I think it's worthwhile to note that Zero Rocket Rex is really trying to make sure that they can get this boss in, and I think that makes sense given the amount of time that's left.
We did see before Zero Rocket Rex around the 10-minute mark in that semi-final make that decision to go out and solidify the lead that they had by collecting a couple of the final flags. However, that's not the case here. They're not in that lead at the moment.
Exactly.
So it does turn into a bit of a gamble, because were they to do that, all Kijitora will have to do is collect the same amount of flags, and they win on time, I believe.
Yes, exactly. So, sorry, it's so funny to see the boss jump around with its giant sword.
I love the running animation. I think
thank you.
It's so fantastic.
I had to. You want to know something funny about the running animation?
Please.
I had to take photos of myself in different run poses to be able to sequence the animation correctly.
That's so good.
Yeah. So, it's close to how I run, which I often run with a giant sword. Yeah, a giant sword. All right, so not much progress made on either end. I mean, yes, they are attacking the boss, both of them, but I don't know if either team, Kijitora or Zero Rocket Rex, has figured out the unbeatable second phase.
We're seeing some interesting bullet placements here from Zero Rocket Rex.
Yes.
We're seeing a bit more clustering of the initial bullets that they're shooting. It's interesting to see how that might play out as they go along.
Oh, I really like what Zero Rocket Rex is doing. So it's hard to see kind of with how small their screen is, but they're running away from the boss, but doing very quick, solid movements to face the other way in order to actually fire bullets in that direction. So it's just to make sure that they fire a constant stream of bullets. That's quite good, but unfortunately
that second phase is always proving to be a problem for them. They're going to have to work out a way to provide enough damage.
Exactly, yeah.
But once again, dying, going to a farm upstate. It's repeatedly.
Yeah, it's just, Domino taking a quick visit to the farm upstate.
Frequent flyer miles must be through the roof at this point.
And it's a dog.
Even better. Dogs in first class, let's go. However,
Zero in first class.
Neither am I. Zero Rocket Rex, but both teams at this point still beating their heads up against this boss that goes into an invulnerability phase. We have got a little over 10 minutes, 11 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. This could come down to time. Some decisions have to be made by both teams at this point about where they're going to spend their time.
Oh, it's really interesting. I'm looking at Kijitora's screen. So they're applying the slow-mo, I guess, to the part of their tooling that slows things down. And
this is looking interesting.
Wait, did they? I think they might have figured it out. So I think they figured out the gimmick. the boss's projectiles also hurt the boss.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. So basically what they're doing is they're slowing the ticks down because the projectiles only move at 4 ticks. That's very, very slow, which is enough to basically freeze those projectiles in place if they have like the capability to pause and unpause and slow down the game very, very quickly.
So they're pausing here right at the 50% mark on the transformation.
Yeah. So this means that they can deal extra damage with those projectiles.
There's the 3 hit. He's now below 50% on Kijitora's side. So
but I think Kijitora's figured it out.
There's the transformation.
Yeah, they're going to have to restart. So yeah, that's why they've already figured it out. They know what they're going to do. So this might be close. Okay, this is really, really interesting. So we're noticing that Zero Rocket Rex kind of similar strategy, run away and shoot, which is how I often approach my problems, run away.
The runaway strategy is a valid strategy, no doubt.
Have you ever noticed that when Domino goes to the farm upstate, she cowers in her...
I did.
Yeah.
I saw it last match for the first time. I was like, but other things started to happen.
Taking a quick nap.
Yeah, to quick nap.
Quick nap, you know, in the middle of things.
Yeah, it's a healthy retirement.
It's a healthy retirement.
It's just one of those things.
Okay, so I see that I think Zero Rocket Rex has like paused a replay at a state where Fuego has less health. I'm not totally sure what they're trying to do. It looks like they're trying to reduce the boss, but unfortunately,
they're seeing how much damage they can get in before the transformation, which seems like a step in the right direction.
It is a step in the right direction. That is correct.
They're struggling. That blue circle that fires out.
Exactly. It's going to be a very quick transformation, so they're going to have to really try.
And you died.
And you died. So, but that's a quite an interesting strategy. I want to see how that works for them. So, but on the other side, we do see Kijitora having this slow-mo battle. Oh, and the boss has missed. That's very interesting. Okay. So let's see how the
keeping full health.
Keeping full health too. This is really interesting too. So they're in good shape while they're attacking this boss. It looks like the boss has maybe 2/3 of its health bar left. It's hard to say. It's I'm kind of just judging based on the appearance of the the health bar. But yeah, so I think Kijitora has sort of employed just using slowing down mechanisms in order to try and attack this boss multiple times.
So a little under 8 minutes, a little over 8 minutes, sorry, not a little under. This is, oh, wait a second. This seems,
oh, no, it's the same.
Oh, that's a normal,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
sorry, distracted. Back to the thought of a little over 8 minutes and almost 8 minutes exactly now. Decisions are being made in the boxes right now by both teams about how they want to play this one out. It seems that both seem to be going all in on the final boss.
Exactly.
How do you feel about that strategy? Is it something you do?
I think with this amount of time left, that is the valid strategy to go for. So I think for Zero Rocket Rex, they've maybe understood that the remaining NPCs are going to take too long to try and solve their challenges for. So you might as well just bank the time that you have left trying to solve this boss. And of course, Kijitora, they're already in the lead.
They've got that lead.
Yeah, so the only thing they need to figure out is, beating the boss and really securing it. But again, with roughly about 7 minutes left, it's going to be really close. We actually may not see a boss defeat, but I'm willing to be proven wrong.
I absolutely want to be proven wrong. I want the spectacularness of the boss defeat, but it can just come down to that. We've seen it already, where it can come down to flags and stars collected. In the rare circumstances, it can come down to time.
Yes.
I have lost track of all time in regards to who collected what and when, so we'd have to defer to our panel of expert judges. But that will be something for later on. This is very interesting right now for Zero Rocket Rex. I'm seeing multiple bullets on the screen. They still are taking a lot of damage in each fight.
You really cannot survive Fuego's sword strikes. That's 20 hits a pop. So it's best to avoid them as much as you can. Which I guess is easier said than done.
Yeah, as evidenced by both teams, throwing 4 people, possibly more, at this problem. it looks simple in certain instances, but these challenges are designed to be unwinnable in certain instances. As you can see, the second phase, the boss is invulnerable.
Yes, exactly. You're gonna need a hack to actually properly defeat this boss. I also am noticing that with Zero Rocket Rex, they have a kind of a bog standard strategy: run to the right, shooting the bullets, and see if they can kind of get to the boss at a state of health just before the phase 2, and then try and apply as much damage as possible by rewinding to that state. Let's see if that pays off, because that could be a really interesting way of defeating the boss.
It seems like a valid approach. It's just a matter of how much damage you can get before that transformation takes place.
Exactly.
We've seen both teams now get the damage below 50% on both occasions. You know, not much, and obviously not enough, but the strategy, you know, the concept is there at the end of the day.
Yeah. So I'm noticing that Kijitora is pretty consistently draining the boss's health to roughly around half. So that's a really good sign. That could be showcasing that they are potentially trying to use like the slowdown time and the pause and unpausing to their advantage. But again, like, they still have to be pretty quick about it without angering the boss to its second phase.
Yeah, it seems to be a continual problem for both teams. You can see for Kijitora, their tooling in the background here is very kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think
trying to pickle a generator.
It's hard to say. I think it looked like they were accidentally crashing the game at a few points. We have less than 5 minutes in, so this could be quite close. I would actually hazard that this is quite close if we're looking at the bosses themselves.
It's getting to that tense, dramatic stage again. You know, there's watching this clock tick down, and both teams in the same position. No one has ducked out at this point to grab an extra flag and to finish off the flag challenges.
I think they've made their bet.
I think they've made their bet.
Yeah.
So it's we're all in at this point. You know, and again, we don't know. There could be another teammates still working other problems, and they do a quick rush at the end. But
yeah, exactly.
time is a factor. We've seen some of those challenges where there's text boxes that take a long time to get through.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah. So the second phase for Kijitora has been applied. Oh, and they're
rewinding
that looks really funny. Rewinding it, so it's, you know, just moonwalk quickly back.
Yep.
And then, but it looks like they might have to rewind it a little bit more, because I think the boss is still in the second phase. Hard to tell. Oh, yeah, I think so. Yeah, that is. Same thing for Zero Rocket Rex. They have
hit second phase.
They've
just
hit second phase.
50%.
I think it's
problem.
pretty reliable to see the boss hit second phase at like just before they hit like a third of health.
Yep.
So it's really a matter of time, instead of like trying to lower that damage threshold is in a sustained amount of time. But
they're still trying it out.
Actually, yeah, it looks like for both bosses, the health bar is roughly the same.
Yeah.
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 But again, like, I don't know which team is closer. I have a feeling that Kijitora is closer, because again, they're using slowdown mechanics. I'm seeing that Zero Rocket Rex is restarting the game. I'm wondering what they're trying to do here. Maybe they have additional tooling that could help, but nothing that I could kind of see that's obvious.
We're edging closer and closer here to the end of the round timer, coming down to just a little over 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Roughly, yeah. Okay, so every detail counts at this point. Every detail is going to count. Unfortunately, Kijitora has hit the second phase as well. And I guess they're going to try and restart or figure out a different strategy. Okay, so we see Zero Rocket Rex. Okay, they're dealing a lot of damage. Oh, okay.
And then straight into the second phase.
I'm constantly getting interrupted with the boss turning into their second phase.
No one seems to have found the secret for dealing the damage they need to this boss in that second phase.
I wonder how close it would be if there was an additional solution. that was available for this boss. Currently, I'm not aware of any, just the slowdown mechanics that I mentioned before. Just as a note, a commenter's note, we've tried really hard as developers of Hackceler8 to employ a different variety of challenges, and so this obviously applies for the boss, but also how you free the NPCs. So we wanted to make sure that there was a good mix of like game-specific challenges, but also challenges that I think a traditional CTFer would be comfortable with.
There seems to have been a nice variety of challenges so far. I'm happy that we got to see some of the Tetris puzzles earlier.
Yeah.
At this point, heading into the final minute of gameplay, it's going to all come down to this. Like, at any point, someone could stumble, not stumble, but uncover the solution and make that run for the win. But
but it's close.
it's tight. Kijitora in the lead here. Zero Rocket Rex are behind. Zero Rocket Rex in a reverse position here need the boss fight to win.
Yeah.
They've gone all in on it.
They have just about 40-ish seconds left. So it's okay. Every detail, every point click, every
second counts.
Every second counts. Okay. Oh, and all right. Okay. So we see Zero Rocket Rex. They're going to go for
30 seconds remaining.
Okay.
That ditching out?
They've said no.
This is a stunning last second play.
Where are they going? They have 20 seconds left.
This is
Zero Rocket Rex. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Where are we going?
Where are we going? Okay, Kijitora, it looks like Kijitora is still trying the boss. We're gonna see.
10 seconds remain.
10,
8.
Okay. 6.
5 seconds remain.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And that's it. It is all over. What an absolute ending to that one.
What a twist for
Zero Rocket Rex ditching out. Congratulations to Kijitora for winning Hackceler8 2024. Amazing stuff. Any final thoughts?
I was a little discombobulated because I was making this whole argument about game theory. You got to make sure you figure out whether you want to choose, and then I see Zero Rocket Rex zoom for
at the last 30 seconds as well. It was a bizarre play. Hard to say.
That was definitely a last-ditch effort. Like maybe we can bank on points and then do some sort of situation with like point total. But no, I think like the lead was definitely secured by Kijitora, and I mean it shows. They have a lot of NPCs that they've captured. I just noticed that when it comes to solving the boss, they did have some slowdown mechanics I keep mentioning, but I think it was pretty hard for both teams to solve either boss. And to be fair, that is the hardest challenge we have.
I mean, maybe we can get some kind of insight into exactly what happened in those final 30 seconds. Was it just a thing? So I believe we've got someone in the box now who can give us an interview with
for sure
our Zero Rocket Rex here.
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Amazing game, guys. This was a really close one. How do you feel?
I think we're fine. We could have done better, but it happens.
Absolutely. Was there any parts that you were really happy about?
Yeah, we are really happy about the maze. But then the spiky walls actually destroyed our first implementation, so we had to do it again. So we lost some time on that, but yeah, we're pretty happy to get it in the end.
Well, anyhow, so congratulations on playing a great game. Back to you.
A game. Team Kijitora, how does it feel?
Like, it's kind of like I'm feeling it's dreaming or something like that. Yeah.
I feel really good, and it doesn't feel real yet. So yeah, thank you so much.
So I remember, I think it was in your intro video, you were here for Hackceler8 2 years ago in 2022. Was there any differences between that year and this year that you wanted to highlight? Anything special?
Actually, I'm the only person who in here to attend in 2 times. And the last time we kind of don't do some many fancy tourings, but in this year he did the road of tourings. So this is the big reason that's why we can win here.
That's wonderful. All right, once again, thank you to Team Kijitora for winning Hackceler8 2024. of course, we would like to thank the organizers, you, the audience, Team Kijitora, and the rest of the teams. What incredible teams have been here for Hackceler8. And of course, thank you to anyone who was watching. We will see you next year, Hackceler8 2025. Thank you, everyone.